Watch out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports, especially for all the dads out there. Happy Father's Day to you. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable with you for the next 5 big hours. We got you for your Father's Day Sunday, whether you're escaping to go play golf, whether you're hanging out with the family all day, maybe a cookout planned. Who knows what's going on and how you're celebrating your Father's Day. To all the dads, stepdads, biological dads, bonus dads, dudes just stepping up and being like dads. To all of you out there, happy Father's Day and welcome in. We got a ton to talk about today. We were just talking about before the show about how typically this time of year is a little slower in sports, but we get the World Cup going on. And we've got the NBA draft now just 2 days away. We got the U.S. Open going on. We've got the College World Series going on. A million things happening. Good morning, Kate. How are you? Congratulations on beating technology with like 30 seconds to spare for today's show.
There's nothing like waking you up, making sure you're awake for the show with your computer not working and not being able to log on to our program in which we do this on. And like, it's just a sheer panic. So we restarted the computer. Sometimes it's as simple as that, just a little reboot, and we're here and ready to go, Chris. Thankfully. Otherwise, I mean, hey, Father's Day for you, a great surprise. You doing 5 hours of solo radio. That's exactly what you want to do on your Father's Day.
Hey, I mean, look, I'd like to think I could still handle it, although I was showing the guys before you logged on, Kate. We tell the kids all the time, don't go out and spend money on a card, okay? That's a waste of money. Just make something, okay? So my son, in his haste last night, just scribbled out a little note that says, Happy Father's Day. 17 years of being a father. Dang, you're old.
Amazing.
Also added, thank you for always letting me beat you in the pool, because we play pool basketball and football, and typically he ends up winning, and it just turns into a big wrestling match. So there you go. And my daughter, for what it's worth, a little more artistic because she's 17. A little number one dad card. I don't know if you can see that. Drew that herself.
She's a good drawer.
She is. She's a very good artist. So
wow.
Again, another peek behind the curtain. My desk is typically strewn with pencils and pens and Post-its and all that stuff.
Yep.
So she made a little thing for me to put all my pencils and pens in now on my desk. Look at that. I'm all set to go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow,
so,
she is very artistic.
She is.
Did she spin that on the pottery wheel?
I told her to tell us that she did, but she didn't. She just painted it at the pottery place.
Okay. Well, I mean,
but still very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the plans for the first Father's Day in the Constable household?
I have failed as a the wife of a first Father's Day. So I was gonna do, the little molds of the feet and the hands that you can do.
Yeah.
So I bought the kit. That's about as far as I've gotten.
You can do it today as a family, right? Like
that might be what happens is, so we're actually in the process of moving, Chris, and we already are in our other house. So I just forgot it at the other house. And
that's a good excuse. I like that.
We'll get it. And he goes out of town tonight. So we're going to do it this week.
Perfect.
We'll celebrate Father's Day. I mean, I let him, he's still sleeping. I did the baby this morning. I put the baby back down. Both of them are in the room snoozing right now. So I got the monitor in front of me. Not that I'm going to be able to get up and get her, but at least I know what's somewhat going on. So that's our first Father's Day. Then we'll spend it with the in-laws and celebrate it with his dad later.
Oh, I forgot to mention, maybe, I don't want to say it's the best because I don't want to favor one child over the other, but my son did get me a T-shirt. I'll just show it here real quick on camera. It says, Forever Heinz Field, because I refuse to call it Acrisure Stadium, the Steelers' home field. I mean, imagine if they just woke up tomorrow and decided that for a certain amount of money, they were going to call Soldier Field, like, I don't know, Prudential Place or something. It's blasphemous.
No, it wouldn't, no one would call it that. I mean, we're still calling, what is it, the Willis Tower, the Sears Tower? It was the Sears Tower forever. People, the Willis Tower did not. It's still the Sears Tower. Yeah, no one would switch with Soldier Field. So I mean, I'm with you. Like it's Heinz Field. I still, whenever I hear, I don't even know the new name. Whenever I hear whatever the new name is, I have to stop and think like, what team is that? Who plays there?
Yeah, it's dumb. It's still Heinz Field to me. It's like that old video, the guy at the old studio wrestling show where he says, "It's still real to me, damn it. It's still Heinz Field to me, damn it." So we're going to talk World Cup plenty today. Margaret Fleming of Front Office Sports is going to join us in a little more than an hour, right around 12:20 Eastern, 9:20 Pacific. Sam Amico later from Hoops Wire, senior writer for them, to talk about everything going on with the NBA offseason, because a lot could happen in the next 48 hours with the draft right around the corner. We suspect maybe a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal. We're not sure. We haven't had a chance, Kate and I, to talk about the Brendan Sorsby fallout and the supplemental draft that is now just a few weeks away. Some MLB injuries to kick around, some really important ones to talk about. The College World Series, as I mentioned, quarterback battles that we're looking forward to with training camps just about a month away. A lot to get to. We did best sitcom moms in our BetMGM Game Day draft for Mother's Day. So today we will do best sitcom dads. I have an entire list. I spent way too much time this morning, Kate, coming up with the draft board for the best sitcom dads. I hope you're prepared.
I mean, there are plenty to choose from. I had a hard time ranking where I wanted to rank them because there are some pretty solid sitcom dads out there.
Yeah, and there's some that I have questions about. We'll see where they fall in the draft. We'll do that later in the show. But let's get to the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. We call it the High Five.
5.
Oh, boy. Did he get a third towards the corner? It is gone! 3-home run game from Babe Schwarber. Harper to left center field, headed for the gap, and it's headed for the wall. He's at least going to get 2. We got to try for 3, don't you? Here he goes, looking for the cycle. It'll depend on how they score it. Harper into third.
Yeah, they scored it a triple. I mean, come on. They weren't going to not score that a triple. Joe Davis on the call on Fox last night as the Phillies went off on the Mets. They absolutely trounced them. I don't think, well, let's be honest, that part, not surprising at all. 15-3. The surprising part, Kate, for just the second time in Major League history, and I want to say it was the 26 Yankees that were the last team to do it. I'm going to look it up real quick. You had a guy hit 3 home runs and another guy hit for the cycle for the same team in the same game. Yeah, it was the 1932 Yankees. I'm sorry. Tony Lazzeri hit for the cycle, and Lou Gehrig had a 3-home run game. So 96 years apart or so, we get 3 home runs by one guy and somebody else hitting for the cycle. And big for Bryce Harper because he had been slumping as of late. A big night for him especially.
I mean, I'm shocked that there's even another instance out there where this happened. I mean, quite a long time ago, but like that's pretty rare. Well, it is pretty rare based on the numbers you just said, for anything like that to happen. Right. And Harper switched his bat right before the game, too. Went with like a little bit of heavier bat. And all of a sudden, that's what sparks it. And now we've had 2 players hit for the cycle the last week with PCA hitting for it earlier.
Yep.
I forget what day that was. But I mean, that's kind of crazy, too. So, I mean, Phillies, they certainly got Harper certainly got back on track yesterday.
Yeah, and Schwarber's, the first 2 of those home runs were both massive, too, up into the second deck at Citizens Bank Park. So, as usual, when he hits them, he does not hit wall scrapers. He hits big, massive bombs. Phillies sitting solidly right there, tied with the Cardinals for the first wild card in the National League. I guess technically percentage points behind. Number 4 story of the day.
4.
And LeChance got a 2-0 count. And he gets into one to deep center field. Owen Hull going back. He is at the track, the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Caro ready. He went up there, and LeChance golfs one to left field. And this one is also gone. Whoa, into the bleachers. LeChance leaves again.
Carl Ravitch on the call on ESPN last night as the Sooners shocked North Carolina A pair of home runs there from a dude who is just absolutely mashing baseballs right now for Oklahoma. And I mean, he's got, I think, 14 homers in his last 20 games, Dayton LaChance. Oklahoma, that's how they've gotten to the College World Series final. Dingers and freshman pitching, and they stole game one of the College World Series last night, Kate. Chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah, they do. And UNC, a lot of opportunities blown there. 10 men stranded, 10 runners stranded. Couldn't deliver anything after the first inning. Like, you hope that they can bounce back a little today, because if that's the case again, and Oklahoma continues to hit like they are, this is over for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, and they came in heavy, pretty heavy favorites, minus 180, I think, to win the series. And it would be their first national title after going to the College World Series final back-to-back about 18, 19 years ago and losing to Oregon State each time. Oklahoma, for what it's worth, hasn't won one in at least 3 decades as well. So freshman pitching and long balls working for the Sooners as they steal game one of the College World Series. The 5 biggest stories of the day and the week right off the top. It's called the High Five here on BetMGM Game Day. Number 3.
I just wanted to leave a certain way. I didn't want to leave and make it public,
right,
and make it seem like I hated Atlanta, because I never will hate Atlanta. Atlanta will forever be my second home. And so I just wanted to leave the right way.
It's Trae Young last week on the Pivot podcast. Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, Fred Taylor, talking to them about what happened when he left Atlanta and was dealt to Washington. He also this week opted out of this year's contract with Washington. Now, there's a belief, Kate, that Trae Young still desires to stay with the Wizards, but I think it's interesting that at this time that we have everything swirling about Darren Peterson not wanting to meet or work out with anybody beside the Wizards at number 1, that you also get Trae Young opting out, which would then give the Wizards maybe it makes a lot more sense now for the Wizards to go guard with the first overall pick, and maybe they do decide to, instead of take A.J. DeBonsa, go with Darren Peterson first overall. It's going to be interesting to see how things shake out between now and Tuesday night, but Darren Peterson's been pretty vocal about thinking he should go number 1 to Washington, and if not, there's a belief he wants to slide to Chicago at 4. But this Trae Young opt-out, I think, kind of opens up a different realm of possibilities for Washington.
It would you'd certainly have a lot less money on the books if you go with Darren Peterson at number 1 and don't sign Trae Young to a massive extension. But that's kind of that was the plan all along. I think when Trae Young went to Washington was to opt out and sign a long-term contract. So I still think that is going to happen, and the Wizards are going to go with AJ DeBonsa at number 1. But if you're right, if anything changes before Tuesday and they do take Peterson, then Trae Young's probably looking for a new team. I just don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a Trae Young, not a hater, but like I wouldn't want him on my team because you get the scoring, you don't get any defense. He's like a kind of a wash. So I would be interested to see what teams would take him if he hits free agency and actually is exploring that.
Since we're on the topic, though, Darren Peterson, have you been as rubbed the wrong way as I have by it? If he hadn't acted the way he had and taking himself off the floor multiple times at Kansas this year and sort of load managing his own minutes in college, I wouldn't be as bothered by the way he's acting. Now, I get it. Some of it's maneuvering and his agents and his people are telling him how to handle things, but like, if I were Danny Ainge in Utah or I were Zach Kleiman in Memphis, I don't know if I'm necessarily running up to the podium and handing in the card to take Darren Peterson. Yes, he may be the most talented guy in the draft, but then I'm going to worry, like, what kind of influence is he going to be, especially on a pair of young teams? Maybe in Utah, they're used to it after everything they went through with Harper last year, or Bailey, pardon me. But, like, I wouldn't be racing. I'd have my reservations about Darren Peterson.
I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and a fresh slate in my mind, but it's very hard to do. So I'm right there with you on the same page. And I wonder, like, more so, the impact of the locker room? And is he already a little bit of a diva? Like, you don't want a rookie coming in as a diva, even into a young locker room. Like, that's just not going to sit well. So I would like to think, he's turned the page from the whole cramping everything with Kansas, and that's not going to be an issue going forward. But I certainly, especially not wanting to have any meetings with other teams or work out with other teams, like that right there. Too many players are doing that these days. And it's bled into the NFL combine, all of that. Players only throwing at their pro day, like those types of things. It's just kind of like out the window. And I'm not sure I'm on board with that.
I like the way Kenny put it in the chat, our board op, Kenny Henderson. Darren Peterson is the most bucket or bust player I've ever seen. He's either going to be Kobe or Cam Reddish. No in between. That is
and
a
where's
wide
Cam Reddish
spectrum.
Playing right now? Not in the league.
Yeah.
Yep.
Our number 2 story of the day.
2.
I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year, and they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there.
Eric Winalda, that was Thursday on You Better You Bet. I happened to be filling in for Nick Kostos that day and had the chance to talk to Eric about expectations for the U.S. men's national team. And, Kate, I don't know about you. That happened before the win over Australia. And, yes, the first win of the tournament over Paraguay was impressive. But Eric Winalda saying, no, this could be a Final Four team in the World Cup kind of got me to back off and for just a second to go, wow. If Eric Winalda thinks this team can go to the Final Four, then they might really have something. And I have to think that would be, we always talk about the impact on viewership or interest. Soccer is a pretty popular game for younger generations in the U.S., but it doesn't really necessarily translate once you get beyond high school and college. That would be massive, I think, for interest in soccer in the U.S. if they were to go all the way to at least the Final Four.
I think soccer would blow up in the U.S. even more than it already is, because people that live in the United States that are fans of soccer are typically fans of European, the European leagues and all that stuff. They don't necessarily follow soccer in America. So I think that would be a huge thing to kind of bring the sport up a little bit more. And from what I've heard, and I'm no soccer expert, Chris, so I'm just listening to all the smart people talk, but this is the best team that the U.S. has put together in a very long time, and they have the depth, and they're playing really well, like the chemistry of it all. So I'm going to go ahead and believe those people. And I mean, if we get to the semifinals, you see all the watch parties and everything going on right now, like those would be absolutely insane to be at, watching a semifinal matchup.
Yeah, I haven't seen the viewership numbers yet for the matchup against Australia this past Friday, but I know the first match against Paraguay drew at peak like 18.5 million viewers. I have to think if this team gets through the first couple rounds of the knockout stages, and we're talking about getting to the quarter or the semifinals, you're going to see big fat numbers, especially in the middle of the summer when there's not a lot competing on the airwaves. People are going to be tuned in, locked in. The patriotism factor all just comes flooding in to make it a moment where people feel like they have to watch it and be a part of it. So if they were to get to that point, it would be amazing. The U.S., one of 3 teams that has already clinched a spot in the knockout round. Mexico and Germany yesterday with a win also clinched a spot in the round of 32. We'll talk more World Cup with Margaret Fleming exactly 1 hour from now from Front Office Sports. But the high five, our 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. Number 1.
Cutting now.
Hold it, Win. Hold it.
What a shot.
Holy cow.
Oh, my goodness. That was a huge fade, and he just knocked it in there.
Wyndham Clark, the call from NBC, courtesy of the USGA, that was his drive on 16 yesterday. Dan Hicks on the call, has opened up a massive lead at the U.S. Open. It was 7 strokes, I believe, at the time of that drive, Kate. He's still up by 6. The final round has begun, and he is solidly in control. Won't tee off until 2:30 Eastern this afternoon at Shinnecock. But a 6-stroke lead over Scotty Scheffler and a few others. Scheffler will be in the final pairing with Wyndham Clark, but 6 strokes is just a massive lead. Everyone else has been scoring in this U.S. Open where you expect U.S. Open scores to be, but Wyndham Clark has just taken off. And we traditionally get this point in the tournament where all the golf fans want to complain if the U.S. Open isn't punitive enough, if everybody isn't like 3 over par. It looks like a U.S. Open once you get past Wyndham Clark on the leaderboard. The dude is just having the tournament of a lifetime.
Yeah, it would be one of the bigger collapses in PGA history, I think, if Wyndham Clark doesn't win this thing. But the only player that I think could potentially come back is Scotty Scheffler. 6 strokes still that's a ton even for Scheffler. So I don't think it happens. I think Wyndham Clark, as long as he plays a solid round, a par round, I think he's well on his way to winning this thing. But seeing Scheffler at number 2, that would be the only thing that would scare me or think that someone could catch Wyndham Clark in this one.
We will keep you up to date on the U.S. Open throughout the afternoon, but as mentioned a couple moments ago, the final pair won't go off, Clark and Scheffler, until about 2:30, so it'll be later in the show. Nonetheless, we'll make sure that if anything worth talking about happens in the final round of the U.S. Open before that final pair hits the tees at 2:30, that we will keep you up to date on it. Like I mentioned, Sam Amico of HoopsWire later in the show as well to talk about everything going on over the next 48 hours with the NBA draft approaching. You can take us with you inside the Westwood One Sports app or your Odyssey app, AUDACY. So wherever you're going this Father's Day, we are with you live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. And, of course, if there's something you want to chime in with on this Father's Day, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. It happened since the last time we talked, Kate, so I think it's worth bringing up again and diving into exactly how we expect this to play out. Brendan Sorsby is entering the NFL's supplemental draft. For those that have missed the intricacies of how this thing works, we'll go over it with you in just a moment. And coming up next, Kate and I will tell you ultimately where we think Brendan Sorsby lands when that supplemental draft goes down in less than a month. That's all next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, biological, bonus, or otherwise. You're doing God's work. We appreciate you almost as much as we appreciate the moms who got their day a month ago. A month ago, we had one of our patented BetMGM Game Day drafts here on Westwood One Sports, where we drafted the best sitcom moms. Today, later in the show, in the final hour, we will draft the best sitcom dads. I have one guy, and I'm not going to mention it until we get through the draft, that I have a really valid question about where this sitcom dad lands on everybody's draft board, because it's hard to get over one very important thing with this sitcom dad. I think you may know where I'm going with this. That's coming up later in the show, right around 3:20 Eastern, 12:20 Pacific. We are with you right up until 4 Eastern here on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So, this was an interesting week. It's been almost a week since this all went down, but we haven't had a chance to talk about it, Kate. So I think it's worth breaking down how we expect the Brendan Sorsby supplemental draft experience to go. It has to take place within the next month or so, before the date that is a week prior to training camps opening. So I think we're looking at sometime in the next 3 weeks or so, the NFL supplemental draft has to take place. And just a quick recap for those that are like, how the heck does this work? How many players are in it? All the details. There's one guy in the supplemental draft right now. It's Brendan Sorsby. And each team will blind bid on Sorsby by offering up a pick that they would draft Brendan Sorsby with. If their pick is the highest pick, then they would win the supplemental draft, so to speak, win Brendan Sorsby, and lose the commensurate pick in next year's draft. So let's say, just for example, the Jets do something very Jetsy and bid a first-round pick for Brendan Sorsby, and they win him because nobody else bids a first-round pick on Brendan Sorsby. They would get Sorsby. He would come in this year, but the Jets would lose one of their first-round picks in next year's draft, presumably their own, which will probably be a top 10 pick again. Okay, so that's how it works, Kate. We've got a few of the details out of the way. How do you expect this to go down? Let's start with this. I'll make you an NFL GM for a couple of minutes. Which round would you bid on Sorsby in the supplemental draft?
I would go 4th round. Maybe like if there's a team that absolutely loves him and thinks that he can be a long-term answer for them in a couple of years, maybe you go as high as 3, but I think it's sitting around the 4, even 5 round. That's kind of where I would be with Brandon Sorsby right now.
Yeah, I tend to think that would be, the 4th round would be my upper limit too. I think ultimately what ends up happening is we get somebody maybe step out, or at least be tempted to step out and offer a 3rd round pick. I think there are teams, look, I shouldn't say there are teams. Every team in the NFL, if they don't have one, is looking for a quarterback. And I think we've established over the past year or so that really there are probably only 8 to 10 teams that are totally satisfied with their quarterback situation. And there are at least a handful, if not half a dozen, that are searching for their next quarterback. Whether it's, they were looking in this year's draft, or they're already looking at the 2027 draft, or they may look in free agency. There are teams that will be looking and consider themselves maybe somewhat desperate for a quarterback. I mentioned the Jets because they're one of those teams. They've got Geno Smith this year. They moved up to draft Cade Klubnik. But, that's just one example of a team that might be desperate enough to offer more than they ordinarily would. I talked to Ryan Wilson of CBS earlier this week, Kate, and he insisted that without any of the baggage attached to Sorsby, had he been in the 2026 NFL draft, he could have seen him going in the first round after Fernando Mendoza, maybe even in the top 5. So Sorsby has the talent, strong arm, can make plays on the move. Could question his judgment at times where he decides to try to put the ball. He has the talent. I think the only thing that's hanging over this is how much are people willing to gamble, pun intended, on Sorsby getting his act together?
And that's a huge thing, too. I mean, you talk about distractions all the time in professional sports and especially in the NFL, and that's a massive distraction coming into the league. And you have to imagine this even sparks the league to come out and just remind players there's no gambling on games in the NFL. And I mean, you go back to the Colts situation with a couple players years ago. And so I feel like this is going to be something that it doesn't just go away once he's drafted. And so whatever team is willing to spend a 4th round pick on him has to be ready for a lot of that. So maybe maybe teams even go, 5th round. Maybe they're not willing to give up quite as much. I think the question that a lot of them have to answer is, would they take Brandon Sorsby over the quarterbacks that are available in next year's draft? Because giving up a pick when you already have your eye on someone that could be coming out of next year's draft for a player that is solid, has some growth. I mean, clearly, obviously, any player coming out of college can continue to grow, but also has the baggage attached to him.
Yeah, because next year's draft could go anywhere from being a, 2 quarterbacks who are first round capable kind of draft, all the way out to a 5 or 6 quarterbacks that are capable of being first rounders kind of draft. There's Arch Manning, there's Dante Moore. I don't know if we should expect Julian Sayin to come out or not. Ohio State may give him a big fat pile of cash to stick around. CJ Carr, Drew Mestamaker from Oklahoma State. Then you throw in the Jaden Mayavas, Trinidad Chamblises, and Lenora Sellers of the world, who, if they have good years, could all be involved in maybe a late first round pick, you would think. So there's a chance that there's plenty of quarterback opportunity in next year's draft, but we thought the same thing a year ago about the 2026 draft. And if I were a GM who was looking for my next quarterback, I would be, and didn't feel like they had them on the roster or in the system yet. A lot of people have brought up to me, oh, do you think the Steelers would do it? Because they know I'm a Steelers fan and Rodgers has 1 year left. Well, if they hadn't drafted Drew Aller with a 3rd round pick this spring and didn't already have Will Howard in the fold as well, yeah, I think they would have some interest. But I'm looking more at teams that really have no answers for 2027 sitting there on the roster. The one that jumps out to me, I don't know if this makes sense to you or not, Kate. You can tell me what you think. It seems increasingly likely that the Bucs and Baker Mayfield may not get a contract extension done before the season. That would be the perfect spot for Sorsby to come in and just sit and watch for a year. And then the Bucs can pivot, maybe even pivot with a new head coach, because who knows how things are going to go this year. But pivot right to Sorsby in 2027 and maybe a 4th round pick.
That's the team that I was going to throw out, Chris, because you could have a lot of change next season. And it's a good point to make of the coaching staff could be changing, the front office could be changing. And when that happens, a lot of times people like to make a change at quarterback or with their personnel. So Sorsby coming in and sitting behind Baker and having a year to develop, I think that is a kind of a perfect landing spot. I mean, I was thinking Dolphins too, but they just got Malik Willis. Is he a franchise quarterback? Yeah. Who knows? But Daniel Jones with the Colts, yeah, he's going to be their clear-cut starter. And I know you still have Anthony Richardson on the roster, but does Anthony Richardson get traded? And then do you have Sorsby as, there's all sorts of things like that. But the one where like a team could very well be in the market for a brand new quarterback next year would be the Bucs if the deal doesn't get done with Baker. And there now you have a quarterback that's already been in your system for a year and kind of knows things and can hit the ground running a little bit faster than, if he were actually drafted in next year's draft.
We're going to talk about some of these dicey quarterback situations, some of the quarterback competitions. I use air quotes with my fingers because I don't know how legit some of these competitions are, but we'll talk about some of those teams a little bit later in the show, right around 1:20 Eastern, 10:20 Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Margaret Fleming of Front Office Sports is going to join us in less than an hour. She's in Houston covering the group play matches that are going on there and covering the World Cup as a whole. Top of the hour. There's been a lot of chatter about one specific person getting moved in this whole Boston-Milwaukee Giannis Antetokounmpo trade idea that's floating around out there. Does it make sense? We'll get to that at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. But coming up next, if you missed it off the top of the show, we played you a clip. Someone had a very specific expectation in mind for the U.S. men's national team. What would this mean for soccer in the U.S. if it happened this way? And would it pull you in even more to soccer, at least the international form of it? That's next right here on Westwood One Sports.
the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Today will be a good day. It's Father's Day, especially for the dads out there. Welcome back in alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Another weekend of football, I should say. When the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Goal Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. Bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. Check it all out inside your BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Coming up, Margaret Fleming of Front Office Sports, right around 12:20 Eastern, 9:20 Pacific. She's in Houston for the group play matches taking place there during the World Cup. But I had a chance to fill in for Nick Costos a couple of days this week on You Better You Bet, and we had Eric Winalda on Thursday. And I just asked him, this is an all-time U.S. men's national team great, a guy that's played for the country, our country, in the World Cup. And I just asked him a very simple question. I'm going to ask you, how deep do you think this U.S. men's national team can go in this World Cup? Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year. And they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there.
So the number on Kate for Team USA to make the quarterfinals, I think it was, as of a few days ago, before that win over Australia, was a big number. I want to say it was like 18-1 or something like that. It's down to plus 130 to make the quarterfinals now. It's down to 5-1 to make the semifinals, as we just heard Eric Winalda say on You Better You Bet this past week. If they were to go that far, if they were to make it to the semis and maybe even all the way to the final, just how I don't know if we could put it into context, just how much this would mean for soccer in the U.S. As popular as it has become over the last 25, 30 years, I think this would be like a mushroom cloud. It would just explode even more, because I think it happening in the U.S., in North America, at a time of year when, let's be honest, there's not a lot else going on for sports fans, I think would light things up. The viewership numbers would be huge. And I think you may actually start to get some adults. Like, it's hard to change adults' viewing habits and patterns. You would get some adults who would be like, okay, now I'm legit going in on soccer. Maybe they'd find an MLS team to root for, or, actually try to pay attention to the Premier League or one of the European unions. I think this would be massive for U.S. soccer if they were to get to the point of the semifinals.
I mean, there are like a lot of different avenues in which this would impact, right? Like, first of all, we would be talking about it more on our shows, probably, right? Like we would maybe lead with soccer, which I'm not sure in the, years that I've been doing this, that I've ever led a show with soccer. Like, that's just doesn't happen. But it will be the lead story if the U.S. makes it, which then more people, the viewership, just the reach of it all. You'd have casual fans that all of a sudden become know who the stars are and become fans of those stars. They buy their jerseys, all of that stuff. And then also, I would imagine you have a lot of little kids that are watching soccer right now, that are watching the World Cup and see this and are like, I want to go play soccer. I want to try out for the soccer team, those types of things. And so I think the sport, just the popularity will grow, sure, in terms of the fans and people watching the World Cup. But I think it goes beyond that in terms of actually growing the sport from the ground up, with young kids starting to play more. I mean, I played soccer as a kid, right? Everyone kind of starts with soccer, but do people take it more seriously and stick with it a little bit longer than through the peewee stages or whatnot? So right. The reach, the impact of it all is, money, jerseys, jersey sales, viewership, ratings, all of that, but also like on a personal level as well.
Yeah, I mean, I tried 1 year of soccer when I was like 8 years old, I think, and I was awful. And our coach was a dude from Argentina, and so I only understood with his really thick accent like every fifth word that he said, but I understood enough to know that soccer was not my future. And I've tried to get into it, like, you know, my father-in-law was British and a huge Manchester United fan. So I tried to get into the Premier League, and every once in a while, you know, I'll turn it on when it's happening, but you know, especially like fall Saturday mornings, I got game day on. I'm not really paying attention to Crystal Palace and Aston Villa. Like it's hard when you don't have that emotional connection to a team or a squad. And this provides a lot of Americans and a lot of average sports fans that emotional connection because of the patriotism involved and all of it. Like that is huge. The United States plays again on Thursday night. It's a late kick, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific at SoFi Stadium. Sorry, I'm supposed to call it Los Angeles Stadium, I think, for the purposes of the World Cup. But in LA against Turkey. And then their first knockout match, the round of 32, will be on July 1st. We're not sure who against yet. There's a list of possible opponents: Bosnia, Ecuador, Netherlands, Senegal, Jordan. But the other side of this, Kate, is that if for some reason they were to fall early in the knockout rounds, again, this is probably the best U.S. team maybe they've ever had. So that's not expected, and it would be a giant shock to the system. And I think might even set things back a little bit, and that people would go, oh, well, yeah, it's the Americans in soccer. We thought they were good, but they're not really legit.
Yeah, that's a big fear, because think about in years past when the U.S. has been, you know, out of the World Cup and everyone kind of says, oh, well, we suck. Like the U.S., the growth of U.S. soccer is not going anywhere. This team can't get it together. The coach is never good enough. And here we have a team that people are now believing is good enough. Coaching's good enough. Everything is all coming together. And if they lose early on in the knockout round, it's going to be a seismic disappointment far beyond what we've seen in previous years. But that's because on the flip side, it's going to be like, we expect so much more from this team. And so when you expect more from a team and are looking at a quarterfinal, semifinal potential, you know, that being as far as they can go, it is going to be extra disappointing if they don't get out of it, or if they don't go that far. I feel like we need to pump the brakes and be cautious a little bit more than we are. I think so many people are jumping to semifinals would be wild. And that's what I've been hearing. And yes, those are there are people that know soccer so much better than I am that are saying that, but I'm still like kind of weary, like baby steps here, people. Why are we all of a sudden just getting overly excited? I'm trying to temper expectations.
That's fair. I think, you know, given the way things have gone over the years, you know, like I said, it's the reason I brought up the idea of maybe some kind of disappointment and how would people deal with that after we've all pumped our own tires so much and pumped this team's tires after the first 2 wins. It is the first time since 1930, when they finished third in the first World Cup tournament, that the U.S. has won back-to-back matches, which is just a wild thought. Wow. And they've never finished better than reaching the quarterfinals 24 years ago. So I think that's probably the right thing to do, like you're saying here, Kate, is pump the brakes just a little bit. And let's acknowledge that getting to the quarterfinals would mean something. It would mean getting back to that point for the first time in nearly a quarter century. And that anything from that point, I don't want to say is gravy, given that this team is talented and deep, but that at that point, you got to just take whatever comes and not let yourself be disappointed if it doesn't get to that point.
I think one thing that is a very big positive in potentially getting to that point, though, Chris, is that we've been playing without our best player for a game and a half. Pulisic. Yeah. You can certainly
and they've got
turn it up a notch. Yeah.
And they've got an opportunity now to get him healthy. He doesn't have to play against Turkey. Get him ready for the knockout round on July 1st and be ready to go. This Giannis deal, how's it go down, and could it actually ruin one team who might be involved? We'll talk about it next here on Westwood One Sports.
questions and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
If it doesn't continue to drag out the way some people think it may, we would expect Giannis Antetokounmpo gets dealt before Tuesday night's NBA draft, or at least the first round of the NBA draft. Does going out and getting him, but having to give up one player in particular, really make this team any better? We'll get into that question in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day. It's Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Happy Father's Day to each and every one of you dads, bonus dads, biological dads, stepdads, all of you out there. We appreciate you joining us here today. With you until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. We'll keep you up to date on the U.S. Open, especially as we get closer to the actual 2:30 tee time for Wyndham Clark, who has opened up a massive 6-stroke lead in the final round of the U.S. Open going on today. You got a couple people making moves so far, not in a positive way. Joaquin Niemann has dropped 5 strokes through 5 holes, I believe. Or no, has gained 3 strokes through 5 holes. A couple other people, but nowhere within shouting distance of Wyndham Clark and his 6-stroke lead. Tuesday night, Kate, the draft, the first round of the NBA draft will happen. It's been presumed by many of us, due to reports around the Milwaukee Bucks, that if there's a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal to happen, it will happen before that first round or during that first round of the NBA draft. There's been plenty of smoke around the Boston Celtics being one of the leaders in the Giannis sweepstakes and possibly moving on from Jaylen Brown to make that deal, with the Bucks then spinning Jaylen Brown off in a third direction so they could really pile up assets. Here's my question to you, and I want to start with this as sort of the pivot point on maybe why this deal hasn't gotten done yet. If they have to give up Jaylen Brown to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo, does it really make the Celtics a better team?
Maybe marginally. Not significantly better. Not better enough where, I mean, the asking price for Giannis that the Bucks have is they want more than just Jaylen Brown. They don't want just a 1-for-1 swap. They want draft picks as well. And the Celtics have up to 3 first-round picks they can give. If you're giving up Jaylen Brown and a couple first-round picks for Giannis, I don't think that's worth it. Like, maybe the 1-for-1 swap, sure. Yeah, I mean, bringing in Giannis, he's won a championship. He's a 2-time MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. Like, when you look at those accolades, like, yeah, he should make him a little bit better than Jaylen Brown. But it also changes the trajectory of your team and your offense and how you operate, and how the Celtics have operated over the past couple of seasons has clearly been working for them. So does Giannis alter that, where their style of play has to change and they're not as successful because of that? Like, those are questions that I think need to be weighed a little bit.
Yeah, I think, look, the obvious problem with Boston in the playoffs anyway this year, and I think their obvious weakness was that, hey, when we shoot the 3 well, we're almost unbeatable. But when we don't shoot the 3 well, and we don't have anybody to control the offensive glass, like Neemias Queta has not been that guy, then we need a big man inside who, A, can rebound, and we can also funnel the ball to on occasion, maybe even can handle the ball himself, which Giannis would be able to do. So I understand the thinking of, because I was one of the proponents of it as soon as they were eliminated from the playoffs, like, hey, you've got to get stronger inside and at the rim. But I don't know if dealing Jaylen Brown to do so is the right way to handle it. Now, look, I understand Peyton Pritchard as the cornerstone of a deal is not going to get you Giannis Antetokounmpo. Peyton Pritchard plus all 3 first-round picks that you mentioned that they have to deal still might not get you Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I don't know, though, if this isn't the Celtics trading one strength for or one weakness for another. Like, I don't like the idea of breaking up Tatum and Brown. I understand after the way we saw things go this year that Jaylen Brown may view himself as the face of a franchise, and certainly I think he could in maybe like 27, 28 other places around the league. But if I were the Celtics, I would be trying to find a way to convince Jaylen Brown, hey, you and Tatum are still the linchpin to this whole thing. And I think that's that's the best version of the Celtics. Or at least the better version of the Celtics, Kate, in my opinion, is Tatum and Brown rather than Tatum and Giannis.
I mean, look at what the Celtics have done the past, 5 seasons or so. They've won a championship. They've made it to a finals. They've made it to the Eastern Conference Finals in 5 times with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Like, they've had a ton of success. So I think it's a big risk for the Celtics if they were to trade Jaylen Brown and bring in Giannis. Like, there's a lot of unknown to that. It's just so enticing when you have a player like Giannis that's on the market. I would love to. I mean, it sounds like the Heat are still the front runners for Giannis, but if I'm Milwaukee, I'm not trading Giannis for Tyler Hero and Khalil Ware, and that's not big enough. So you would have to go after a player like Jaylen Brown, which is why I think that might ultimately be what happens, because I don't think anyone else has enough that they're willing to give up for the caliber player that Giannis is.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. I understand the caliber of player that Giannis Antetokounmpo is when he's fully healthy and playing all the time.
That's a great point.
We've just gotten to the point in his career where I wouldn't feel very secure in that notion. And if you're the Celtics and you're still all about chasing titles, which they should be, then sending Jaylen Brown off somewhere, whether it's Milwaukee or to a third team that gets involved in the deal to make it happen, does not help you get closer to winning a title. In my opinion, it doesn't. Because you don't know. There's a chance, and I would happily eat my words if this were the case, that Giannis stays healthy, plays 65, 70 games in the regular season, plays every game in the playoffs, and the Celtics go on a tear with Giannis and Jason Tatum and win another title with that construction of a roster. It's possible. I just don't think it's highly probable that you're going to get through an entire 4-round playoff run with a healthy Giannis Antetokounmpo. And if you're the Celtics relying on a healthy Giannis to finally get you back to a title, I'll be honest, given his inability to stay healthy, I don't know if it makes you any better than the Sixers, who were always waiting for Joel Embiid to stay healthy through the playoffs, honestly.
Well, especially when the durability and the availability has been there for Jaylen Brown throughout his career. Like, how many games has Jaylen Brown missed for a serious injury over the last couple of years? I mean, I can't think of an instance off the top of my head where he missed a month or two, nursing a hamstring injury or anything like that. Like, availability is huge in this league, and you're right, Giannis has not been available for the Bucks, and I know it's because of him kind of wanting out but not wanting to ask out, and just there's been the drama behind the scenes, and I'm not sure that would follow Giannis with the new team. I mean, clearly he's kind of ready to move on from Milwaukee. He just didn't want to be the jerk player that forces his way out, but like, that's also something too. And if the locker room, how Joe Mazzulla operates, and the players know how he operates, like, does Joe Mazzulla's personality fit with Giannis? I think that's another thing too, because Mazzulla's kind of a nutcase. Like, he's kind of a loose cannon. And I mean, Jaylen Brown, clearly that relationship is great. Like, you wonder what that might be like with Giannis, and does he take that type of coaching? So that's another thing that you have to consider. So the more we're talking about this, Chris, I was going into this at first being like, yeah, Giannis and the Celtics, you put Giannis and Tatum together, like, maybe they are a tiny bit better, but with all the intangible pieces, like, that's where this could go sideways. Not necessarily the talent of Giannis, but all those other little things that we just discussed.
Yeah, and I think it's becoming increasingly difficult to get this deal done, not just because you're now under the time constraint of the Bucks want to get it done before Tuesday night, but also trying to find a third team to get involved. The teams that you're hearing about are all teams in the East, right? Like, Atlanta has been one that's been bounced around a lot, because you could if you're the Bucks, spin Jaylen Brown off to the Hawks. You could get some young players from them and some trade exceptions. They could just really haul in the assets, because they're, in essence, dealing both Giannis and Jaylen Brown. The Celtics end up getting Giannis in that deal, obviously. You put Jaylen Brown with the currently constructed Hawks roster, and they don't give up anything big in that deal, I may like the Hawks better than I like the Celtics. Seriously, like, maybe I'm just being a Jaylen Brown fanboy here, but, like, I think wherever he goes in this trade, if it's a 3-team deal, whatever it looks like, I consider the team that gets Jaylen Brown the winner of a possible Giannis Antetokounmpo deal if he gets spun off in this to a third team, unless he ends up in a place like, Sacramento or something. But, like, short of that, like, he's going to end up the big winner. He's going to go someplace where he gets to be the number one, presumably gets added to a roster that already has some talent on it. Like, I think we're all losing sight of the fact of just how good Jaylen Brown is and just how unreliable Giannis has been.
I mean, I feel like we forget about not forget about Jaylen Brown, but you're right. We don't give him enough credit for how talented he is because Tatum's on that team, and Tatum has been forever the kind of the number one on that team. And maybe he doesn't deserve to be the number one. Like, they should be fairly equal, but for some reason we always think of the Celtics as Tatum's team. Where Jaylen Brown, yeah, you're right. Anywhere he goes, he's probably a 1A. I mean, I've heard if he does get traded to Milwaukee, he doesn't want to stay in Milwaukee. He wants to go to a contender. He's going to try and force his way out of Milwaukee. Like, that's not happening. So, for his sake, I hope if he is on the move, he goes somewhere where he can be competitive. But the East, Chris, is going to be totally shaken up if all this happens, because there aren't too many Western Conference teams that are even in the mix right now. Like, the Timberwolves have been mentioned in the Giannis, but I don't think that's ever going to come to fruition. So, like, this is a seismic shakeup within the East, regardless of what happens, if it's Giannis, if it's Jaylen Brown going somewhere else. Like, that could look very different next year.
I have heard one Western Conference team's name thrown in there. I was going to save it for our conversation an hour from now when we power rank the NBA offseason moves we'd most like to see. But I have heard one Western Conference team. I think it would be highly combustible, depending if it ended up this way. I've heard the Rockets name thrown out there for Giannis, which you get Giannis and KD together. The subtweets from KD every time Giannis can't play or gets beat to the rim. Or, I mean, that has the chance to be something highly combustible. But, I mean, maybe that's the problem here, too, is just I think the way we look at Giannis, and I had Nick Friedel on You Better You Bet on Friday, and he said, a lot of people are losing sight of just how good Giannis is when he's healthy. I think more people than not, including people around the league, are looking at it and say, that's great, but he's just not available enough to where I'm willing to give up this massive package, find a way to retrofit him into the roster if I've already got other issues that need to be addressed. And I don't know if he takes, if I'm the Houston Rockets, that's great to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is that necessarily taking us from a first or second round exit to a conference finals appearance or an NBA finals appearance? I don't know if that's enough. Like, Giannis 5 years ago, completely different conversation. Giannis now, I just don't know if it's worth it.
I have to wonder, though, Chris, with Giannis's injuries and stuff, like, would he have played more or been more available if the Bucks were good? Like, if the Bucks were winning, if they were in contention for the playoffs. They won 32 games last year. That's not enough to potentially risk your star player further injuring himself when you're well out of the playoffs. And that was the whole battle last year with Giannis and the Bucks of Giannis wanting to play and them shutting him down. So part of me is like, okay, well, yes, he's been injured, but like, he's also sat more than he probably would have if Milwaukee was good. So are we forgetting a little bit of that stuff in the whole injury conversation with Giannis, that they sat him for a lot of the season when he could have potentially played?
Yeah, and the reporting was that he wanted back into the lineup, and they, said, no, we're good. Just have a seat, bud. Yeah, we're all right. So let me ask you this. What do you think the chances are it doesn't get done before Tuesday night? They give me a percentage on we wake up Wednesday morning and Giannis Antetokounmpo is still a Milwaukee Buck.
I think that's a pretty high percentage. I would go like 60, almost 70% that doesn't get done. It doesn't sound like anyone is close enough, and the Bucks are not budging on what their asking price for Giannis is. Like, they want an absolute haul. This is going to have to include multiple teams in this trade, and for Milwaukee to get back what they think Giannis is worth in a multi-team trade in the next 48 hours, that it does kind of feel like that's a big ask. Now, I know they are up against the deadline, so maybe it all comes to fruition and everything kind of falls into place, but I'm not sure it's happening before the draft.
Yeah, I wonder if the Bucks haven't backed themselves into a little bit of a corner here, giving that deadline of Tuesday's first round of the draft, and if they don't end up just looking at it and saying, man, we can't possibly go into next season with Giannis still here, everybody knowing that, we both want to part ways. We have to get it done if we really want to have impact on this year's roster. Otherwise, you lose a ton of leverage and you lose a ton of value when it starts to become talking about 2027 picks rather than 2026 picks. We will, as I mentioned at the top of the hour, about 45 minutes from now, Kate and I power rank the NBA offseason moves we most want to see. This could be anything. It could be players being drafted to certain teams. It could be trades, free agency signings. We'll throw the door wide open to the entire realm of possibilities in the NBA offseason coming up in about 45 minutes. In 30 minutes, some major injuries around Major League Baseball that have taken place in the last several days. Which ones are the most impactful? But coming up next, she's been covering the World Cup at the group play stage in Houston, Texas for Front Office Sports and has been all over the World Cup since it started. We'll talk to Margaret Fleming next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up 1 hour from now here on Westwood One Sports, there are some interesting QB battles that are expected to go down when NFL training camps open up in just a little more than a month. Some of them, I don't know if they're really legit battles, but they're being called quarterback battles, and just some interesting quarterback situations in general that we want to kick around. Kate will do that with me, like I said, about an hour from now, alongside Kate Constable, Chris Mack here with you on Father's Day on BetMGM Game Day. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. A little bit later, Sam Amico, senior writer for Hoops Wire, on everything we expect to go down, not just in the next couple of days, but the next few weeks and months with the NBA offseason. Plus, before we wrap up the show, we will draft our favorite sitcom dads. And yes, there are going to be some names in here that I think we may have arguments about. That's a little bit later, but the World Cup continues. It is the summer of soccer, and Margaret Fleming has been in Houston, Texas, covering the group play matches there for Front Office Sports. You can follow her on X at MGFleming12. First of all, good morning, Margaret. Thanks for taking the time. Second of all, just how Houston strikes me as someone who has plenty of family in Texas as one of those places where lots of Europeans have been coming and posting those videos about, oh, my God, I can't believe this about America. Just how have you seen fans adjusting to Texas over the last couple of weeks?
Great question. Thank you so much for having me on. I've only been here a couple of days, so I have only gotten a snippet, but from what I've seen, it's been awesome, hilarious, all that World Cup magic that you want it to be. The heat and the humidity, I've never sweat this much in my life, and I am from America, so it's so funny talking to some of these Europeans. People are telling me, like, we're struggling, we don't have heat, like we don't have weather like this. So that's been funny. Like, even locals, like, they're complaining about the heat, and but it's been so cool. I've talked to people who are like, I've been to LA, I've been to New York, I want to come. It's like that, like, kind of Americana like idea for, it's like a whole different type of tourism to the U.S. So yeah, it's been fun. There are people here who are just coming to Texas to have a Texas experience, and they're certainly getting it.
The Dutch takeover has been absolutely incredible to watch. Just those pictures. What has it been like inside the stadium with some of these other countries that have really shown up in the World Cup?
Yeah, the Dutch takeover was wild. For anybody who's not aware, the Dutch have this incredible tradition where they walk to the stadiums. There were an estimated like 15,000 people who did it yesterday, and they're all wearing bright orange because that's the color of their team and their fan base. And it was really something remarkable to see. I stood in one spot, and it took 10 minutes for the crowd to go past me. It was wild. And inside the stadium, it was so loud. I mean, it was a 5-1 win, so plenty of opportunities for goals and things to happen. And they kept playing the Netherlands songs, and the crowd would just go wild. And I swear there were moments where my seat in the press box was shaking. I swear I felt it a couple times when they were going crazy after a goal celebration. And then Sweden, who they played, also really showed up. I ran over from the Netherlands march to the Sweden march, got to catch that. I think there was an estimated like 4,000 to 6,000 fans who were there, but while I was in that crowd, it felt huge. And that was really cool to see too. Just, I know a lot of fan bases across the tournament have been doing kind of this walk to the arena, or to the stadium, excuse me. I've seen, I saw the U.S. sort of do that in L.A. I know we saw Bosnia do it in L.A., but it was really cool to see those two kind of come and converge. But once we got inside, it was a lot more orange than yellow.
Margaret Fleming of Front Office Sports covers soccer and is covering the World Cup in Houston as the group stage round continues, joining us here on Westwood One Sports. So you got to see Netherlands dominate yesterday. They are one of those countries that is usually favored to get through to at least the quarterfinals. Germany, who had a match last week in Houston. I don't know if you got to be a part of that or not, Margaret, but another team that has now secured a spot in the knockout round of 32, as have Mexico and the U.S. Just what have you seen from the U.S. in watching their matches to this point from a distance that tells you this could be one of those World Cups where they elevate themselves into that group of the elite who, for the quarterfinals, is no longer a celebration necessarily, but an expected destination?
It's a great question. I was at their opener out in LA, and just the atmosphere in there. I think there were a lot of questions between the high ticket prices and really in some recent games that were pretty sparse for them in terms of their own fans, like whether fans would show up and show out for the U.S. And it was unbelievable at SoFi. Just the energy in there and how, like, it felt like a home World Cup as it should, but there were a lot of questions about whether it would. And I think that's already huge. Like, the kind of fandom that we're seeing is a big part of it, and like building that good pressure on them. And I think that's been really, really strong, and I would imagine will continue and only grow. I mean, for the U.S. to get to that level, they gotta win, and I think that their next match in L.A. Looks to be one would think a win. Obviously, for the tournament standings, doesn't really matter too much, but one would think they could win that game, and then they're going to be set up against a third place team out of another group for their next thing. So it looks like the round of 16 is pretty within reach, barring any major catastrophes. And then at that point, it's just win a hard game and, keep doing that for as long as you can do it. And I think those are going to be more impressive wins than anything that they've done up to this point. I mean, they look really good, but also at the same time, they're not playing in Germany. They're not playing in Netherlands. So it's kind of hard to assess exactly where this team is at right now. But for them to get there, they just got to go on a run. We saw it with Morocco at the last one. They went for it, and now they have a target on their back this tournament. So I think it's just showing up in those big moments and executing. If they're able to get to the quarterfinals, maybe even we'll see, get to a semifinal. Like, I think that would really place this team in a new category heading into the next World Cup.
Margaret, being they already have a spot in the knockout stage, Christian Pulisic has not didn't play last game, only played half of the first game. Do they play him even if he's healthy, or do they sit him in this game and allow him to, continue to improve and not risk anything before they get to the knockout round?
I feel like I've heard all the theories, play him so that he can mentally, keep the momentum going. rest him because why would you want him to risk injury or anything? He's the type of player that I think he'd if he sits the next game, he'd be able to come out in the knockout round and be ready to go. But, you know, I guess we'll just see. It's hard to tell, honestly, because the way that you know, Pochettino and that Christian have been talking about this injury is like very light, and, you know, it seems like he'll be back soon. So if that really is the case, you know, maybe throw him in there for a little while, and then bring in somebody like a Sebastian Berhalter to get more minutes for the majority of the game. But I don't see much harm in benching him for this game, just to let him rest up. But obviously, you know, the mental component of the game is huge too. So I think probably just either way, I don't think it's too concerning. But whatever Christian and the coaching staff feel like will make him play the best in the knockout round, I think that's probably what they should go ahead and do.
Margaret Fleming covers soccer for Front Office Sports, and she's covering the World Cup right now. Follow her on X at MGFleming12. Joining us here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. I know you talked about what the ceiling is for this U.S. men's national team, Margaret, and, you know, could they get all the way to the semis? Just what that would do for the impact on soccer in the States. What do you think an extended run for this team? We already know soccer is popular in the U.S., especially amongst younger generations. Kids play soccer all over the U.S., but it seems to hit a ceiling to a certain extent when you get to fandom, very strong fandom at the professional level, MLS, USL. The fans are very devoted to their teams. It's just not as widespread as, say, obviously the NBA, the NFL. Could a deep extended run for the U.S. men's national team contribute to greater interest in those leagues here in the U.S. if it were to happen?
I mean, I think anything's possible. I think we could come out of this tournament and people are obsessed with the Premier League or La Liga or the Champions League in ways that they haven't been before in the U.S. Like, obviously, those leagues all have really huge followings here already, but, like, those could become, you know, just as big as some of the other major leagues that are here. You know, you could see the NWSL getting a lot of fans and viewership. You could see MLS, absolutely. I think a big thing that I would imagine is more people caring about the national team. I feel like that's one that I feel like I haven't really heard too many people talking about as much. I think a lot of the question is like, what will this do for soccer here in terms of the pro leagues? But I think, like, does this make people care a lot more about things like the Gold Cup or the Nations League or even like friendlies? Do people like start caring a lot more about the players on the national team, talking about the national team? Because I think in a lot of other countries, obviously the leagues are a big thing, but the national team is kind of like the biggest deal. And in some of the other sports that are really popular here, of course the national team is a big deal too, but it's nowhere near that same religion that it is for soccer in some of these other countries, like in Argentina, like a Spain, like a France, things like that. So I think that could be a huge thing for this, like how much more people care about this team in between World Cups and leading into the next one. But yeah, I absolutely think there's a chance for MLS, for NWSL, for USL, for the ecosystem here, especially as it relates to players. I think that if people see, I mean, there's plenty of MLS players in this tournament right now. There's a USL player that had all those Curacao saves last night in goal. So I think that people will probably latch on to their players that they see in the World Cup and then maybe be a little more invested in MLS. But I don't see a reason where this could hurt MLS in any way. I think it could only help bring more fans in local markets, following a player, following a team, whatever it is.
Margaret, who is a player that has had a major impact so far in these first two games, but maybe isn't talked about enough and kind of deserves a little bit more spotlight on him?
Oh, that's such a great question. I cover a lot of the business side, so I feel like I don't want to speak too much on the sporting side. But I think, one of the great things about this is you see players who just get lifted up out of nowhere. It feels like, and obviously for them, they've been putting in so much into these, into their career for years and years and years. Obviously, they've been talked about so much, but the goalies, I've really enjoyed seeing the Curacao one from last night and the Cape Verde one against Spain. Like, I feel like that's been, obviously we knew in these big kind of David and Goliath type matchups that there would be, we'll see what happens. But I think seeing the keepers come out and have great performances, they've certainly gotten their flowers, but I think that's probably been the coolest, or the one that I think I've enjoyed seeing the most. But yeah, there have been so many incredible performances across the tournament. It's it's hard to pick just a few.
Before we let you run, Margaret, I got to ask, what do you think, again, if the U.S. goes on a deep extended run into this thing? Let's get wild. Let's talk about Team USA going all the way to the final. I know there were close to 19 million tuned in to the first match that the U.S. was involved in against Paraguay. Just how big do you think the viewership numbers could get if we had something like that, the U.S. involved in a World Cup final?
I mean, it'd be bananas. It'd be a Sunday afternoon in July. So, pretty ideal timing for Fox. And I think it could be huge. I mean, the Super Bowl gets like 50 something usually. I would imagine it could be that. It might be higher. Soccer is kind of a funny sport when it comes to viewership because I feel like we have a pretty good sense with, an NFL game, what that draws, an NBA game, what a finals might get or something like that. And I feel like soccer out of nowhere will just have crazy numbers for certain games. And you're like, where'd that come from? The other huge thing here is so many people watch on Telemundo that their numbers also play a big role. And the other big thing is the out of home viewership. So basically like watch parties, bars, things like that. Fox came out and said that out of home viewership has boosted their World Cup viewership by 25%, which is a lot. So it's, I think if you think about a World Cup final that the U.S. would be in, which I don't necessarily think that's really realistic for this team, but if we're dreaming for a second, the watch parties for that, the fan fest for that, all the gatherings of that's not a game people are going to want to watch by themselves at home in their living rooms. Like it's going to be like the Super Bowl, exactly like the Super Bowl. And, and so I think that is a big reason why the viewership could go bananas, is because they're already seeing such a boost from these, watch parties and whatnot. And so if there was a hypothetical final, I think that would be a lot too.
Margaret, thank you so much for the time this morning. Enjoy the rest of your travels for the World Cup and watching the European fans just absorb all of the Americana at their fingertips.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Margaret Fleming covers soccer for Front Office Sports. Follow her on X at MGFleming12. We appreciate her taking the time. I mean, I look at it this way, Kate. If this year's Super Bowl had an average of 125 million viewers, and the peak was like 137. I don't think the World Cup, let's build the dream scenario where the U.S. men's national team were to make it to the final of the World Cup. I don't think it would quite do Super Bowl numbers, but I think we're talking about probably 100 million people watching it because it's, as Margaret just said there, it's a Sunday afternoon, middle of summer, watch parties, the patriotism involved, just a couple of weeks following 4th of July. We get all into that during summertime. I think it would be massive.
I mean, I almost feel like it could rival those Super Bowl numbers, if not exceed them, Chris, because of the patriotism of it all. And I mean, there are so many people who watch the Super Bowl that don't care about football at all. But
right.
When it's your country that's in something, I think more people tend to actually care. And I mean, the watch parties are going to be nuts. So I think it could be, and this is something that we don't see we don't see every year, every 4 years, but also we don't see the U.S. Have this high of expectations where we do see a Super Bowl every single year, right? So I think maybe this is something that could even surpass it, which would be, I mean, absolutely incredible. I mean, I think it would shock a lot of people if that happens, but I'm not sure it should.
Yeah, it's very cool. Again, not as an everyday soccer fan, but just as a sports fan, to watch the way the World Cup is starting to slowly build this momentum of capturing everyone's attention across the country. And you just hope that Team USA continues to win so that builds up and builds up and builds up and becomes this massive moment, whether it's, like we said, in the quarterfinals, the semis, the final, whatever it may be. Top of the hour, Kate and I will power rank the NBA offseason moves we most want to see, whether it's free agency, whether it's trades, whether it's players being drafted in certain spots to certain teams. That coming up. Also, we'll take a look at some of the quarterback battles we expect to go down during training camps around the NFL when they open in just a little more than a month. But coming up next, some key injuries around Major League Baseball. Which of these could have the biggest impact? We'll tell you which next, right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
And there is plenty of footy to be had today on the slate as well. U.S. Open final round. Wyndham Clark trying to hold on to a massive 6-stroke lead. Plenty of baseball. A lot going on. We're going to pull apart all of it, including looking ahead to the NBA offseason with the draft just 2 days away here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day. As for those matches today, we've got Spain up 3-0 on Saudi Arabia, just about at halftime. You got Belgium, Iran, Uruguay, Cape Verde, New Zealand, Egypt all today. And inside the BetMGM app right now, you can get an early payout for a 2-goal lead. You place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's Game match. If your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours regardless of the outcome of the match. Find it all waiting for you right now inside the BetMGM app and make it legendary. A couple of key injuries over the last few days, Kate, around Major League Baseball. Bobby Witt Jr., not sure if the Royals will place him on the IL or not, but he's got an MCL injury. Could be as little as a week, could be several weeks. We'll monitor that. Mike Trout has been placed on the IL with a hamstring. He's hitting .234, but 17 home runs already, a decent pace for him in one of his better recent starts to a season. And in Cleveland, Jose Ramirez is going to be out a significant amount of time, 5 to 7 weeks with hamate surgery. And I don't know which of these strikes you as having the biggest impact, but the one that jumps off the page to me is Jose Ramirez in the AL Central, because the Guardians battling with the White Sox for the top of that division. Not much else going on in the division, but the surprise White Sox have been right there and don't seem to be slowing down. I know they've lost a couple this weekend, but they got through that difficult stretch, winning 6 of 11 when they had the Braves, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Phillies. Got through it in a good spot. This could be one of those things that tips the Guardians lineup just a little bit and gives the White Sox a little bit more of a chance to stay right there with Cleveland at the top of the division.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, Chris. It has to be Ramirez and it has to be the Guardians because of where they are. Like, yeah, Bobby Witt Jr., him being hurt and being out of the lineup. I mean, his WAR right now is almost 4.5. The next closest player, like, not even at 2. So, like, his impact on winning for Kansas City has been huge. But look at where Kansas City is in the standings. I mean, they're the bottom of that same division, the AL Central. And then with Trout, like, I feel bad for Trout because he's having such a good season. But the Angels aren't ever in it. They're never competing, right? Like it's always feels like they are among the bottom of everything. So it has to be Ramirez and the Guardians, and how they stay. It's not that they can't stay above water or afloat while Ramirez is out, but it's just that division, especially with the White Sox now, kind of like. I mean, the White Sox are 1 game back right on their heels when they've been leading the whole time. That has to be the biggest impact on like the going forward this season for any of these 3 teams.
I also would have been curious to see, if Trout had stayed healthy. I know he's got the full no trade clause. I know he's got 4 years left on his deal after this year. I know he's not getting any younger. But would that have been something that could have happened at the trade deadline? Again, Trout would have had to approve any move, and who knows who would have been willing to give up what's necessary or what that deal could have looked like. But would any of us would have been shocked, for example, if his hometown Phillies would have said, hell, we're all in. Now that we've kind of found our footing again, we may not chase down the Braves for the division, but that would have been one that would have been interesting to see. And I think now, I don't want to say it completely flies out the window, but you got an almost 35-year-old guy with that much time left on his deal. Is anybody going to be willing to give anything up? And would Trout be willing to leave the Angels at this point in his career? Like you said, it just feels like he's never going to have a shot to see the postseason again.
Well, no, and I don't understand. I mean, maybe he just loves living in LA and it's the perfect spot for his family and everything off the field that he has going on in his life. And that's reason enough. I mean, you can't fault a guy for that. But with you'd think at his age and with the talent that he's shown throughout his entire career that he would want to go somewhere else and almost be one of those players that kind of forces a trade or forces a move, but I don't see that coming for him. And so unfortunate that he's injured now, but not a massive impact in terms of baseball at all. I wish he would go somewhere else, and I wish he could have this type of season on a different roster and a different team, and we could finally see him having some sort of success, because I mean, he's one of the best players that Major League Baseball's ever had, right? Like, he is up there with the best of the best, and I want to see him in a postseason. I just wish he kind of wanted to see himself in a postseason.
Yeah, it's a shame. The other thing to keep an eye on, too, as we approach the deadline, a little more than a month away, Tarek Skubal had his second start back from the IL Friday against the White Sox. Gave up a couple of homers, but pitched fairly well, 7 hits over 5 2/3. He's got to have, I think, he's got to look like himself again, some dominant Skubal type starts over the next few weeks to really open up that trade market to where the Tigers feel like it's worth. I know they've been a little bit better lately, but to where the Tigers feel like it's really worth punting on this season and maybe the next year or two in getting some sort of massive haul for Skubal.
I mean, they were 2 weeks ago, they were 4.5 games back, and they've all of a sudden fallen again. So if they feel like as we get closer to the trade deadline, they're not going to be able to compete or be in a position to make a wild card spot, I think that you have to explore trading Skubal, because you have to get something back for him. He'll likely walk in free agency next year. If not, then you run the risk of not even having anything for him.
Yeah, one of the interesting things Brett Boone said, I talked to him Friday on You Better You Bet, and he said it's not just the cost of what you have to give up in the deal for Skubal, it's then also the cost of what you have to give him in a new deal if you're not looking at him as just purely a rental player. We'll see how that plays out over the next few weeks as well. Coming up, the NBA offseason is here. The draft just a couple days away. What moves do we most want to see? That's next on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet on Westwood One Sports.
Getting you through your Father's Day Sunday here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in about 20 minutes, there are quarterback situations. I'll call them situations. Some of them could be quarterback competitions, and they're insisting they're quarterback competitions, but are they really? And we'll dig into some of them, like I said, in about 20 minutes here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day. Inside your Westwood One Sports app, go download it now. Also live inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. In about an hour and 20 minutes, right around 2:20 Eastern, 11:20 Pacific, we'll talk to Sam Amico, senior writer for Hoops Wire, about how he expects things to go down during this NBA offseason. But why shouldn't Kate and I tell you some of the things we'd like to see happen during this NBA offseason? We love to power rank things. We do it every Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day. So we will power rank from 5 up to number 1, the 5 things we would each like to most see happen during this NBA offseason. It could be literally anything. It could be a certain player going to a certain team in the draft, a free agency signing. Maybe we even cook up some ridiculous trades. Who knows how this power ranking will go. But Kate, I will let you get us started with your power rankings of the 5 NBA offseason moves you most want to see.
All right, Chris. We'll start it off. 5. I want to see the Bulls stink. I want to see them start their rebuild this offseason. I don't want them to win games next year.
Splitter is cursing you under his breath right now.
Yes, he is. But what the Bulls have done this offseason, they got Thiago Splitter, a new head coach. You have Bryson Graham, a new GM. Let's start the rebuild. So I guess that would entail maybe the Bulls trading away some of their talent. I mean, I think you keep Josh Giddey's been on the conversation block in terms of maybe being on the move. But I think you just try and suck this year. I think that would be great for the Bulls. And that's number 5. This is like entertainment value. I don't see this happening, but hey, this doesn't have to be realistic stuff. We're just throwing things out there. I want to see Giannis go to San Antonio. I would love to see him next to Wemby. I think that would be really, really fun to watch. And that is something that, clearly the Spurs didn't quite have enough this year to win it all. They were a little too young. But Wemby and Giannis next to each other would be so fun to watch.
Insane.
It would be insane. I mean, it would be, how do you compete with that? You've got a 7'6" guy, then you've got Giannis. That would be nuts. Here is something that this is just, well, I'll just say it. I want the Lakers to be good again. I want the Lakers to, and not that they haven't been good, but I want them to stop chasing after superstars and just build a good team. I'm a Luka lover. I am a big fan of Luka, and I want to see him be able to have the success that he should be having in a massive market like LA. So adding depth, adding role players. Kenny in the chat says WTF is Jake LaRavia. That's how I feel about the Lakers right now.
Yeah.
Who is he? What no one in the league knows who he is. Let's get the Lakers back to being a legit team. And that goes on with my next one, Chris. And in order for the Lakers to do that, they need to part ways with LeBron James. And for whatever people feel about LeBron James and whether he should continue playing, whether he should just hang it up, I think it would be really cool to see LeBron go back to Cleveland and finish his career. Take whatever pay cut he needs to, just kind of go back, do your whole what is it called? A retirement tour this next season. You know LeBron wants a retirement tour. He says he doesn't. Oh, the guy wants the biggest retirement tour ever. And imagine doing that in a Cleveland uniform where he grew up, where he started his career. It just kind of comes full circle. So I'm ready for LeBron to be out of the league, to move on. And let's just wrap it up this next season in Cleveland. What?
You know the LeBron meme where he's looking at J.R. Smith after he called the timeout? He's just like, you know, that meme, that would happen 17 times in a season with James Harden in the same backcourt. Every time Harden
Yes.
chucks up a meaningless
Yes.
three from like 25 feet with 18 seconds left in the shot clock.
Oh, I like those two. Yeah, LeBron would hate everything that Harden did. I'm not sure. Like that might be a reason that LeBron decides not to go to the Cavs is if Harden's a free agent. So like maybe that's part of getting LeBron is he's like if Harden has to leave in order for me to come there. But I think it would be cool. It would be kind of like poetic, a good bow on a very good career for LeBron to go back to the Cavs, whether or not he like wins anything or not. And my number one, Chris, and this is a personal number one. I want to see the Timberwolves get a true number 2 player next to Anthony Edwards. And yes, get him the help he needs to get over the hump of the Western Conference Finals they didn't quite make it that far, but Anthony Edwards has so much talent that I don't want to see him be one of those players who stays with the franchise that he's been drafted with and is loyal to it and never quite gets a championship because he's asked to do it all, and that's just not possible in today's day and age in the NBA. Like you have to have a true number 2, and getting Julius Randle out of there, bringing someone in that could be a true number 2. I think that would be that's my biggest offseason move I would like the Wolves to make.
Okay, let's analyze this list for just a second. The Bulls sucking. I don't know how far they have to go to pull that off. So although, there's a chance that Darren Peterson gets what he wants and somehow slides to number 4. Maybe the Bulls move up from 4 and snag Peterson at 3, maybe. So, that would help the rebuild, though. Giannis to San Antonio is some of the most dastardly power ranking I've ever heard in the history of power rankings, but I absolutely love it. Because
we didn't say it had to all be realistic. We just said what we want to see.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it would truly be amazing. I don't know. Do you think the Spurs can pry Giannis from Milwaukee for De'Aaron Fox? I don't think that deal works. But
I don't know.
If we're throwing unrealistic things out there, let's try it. The Lakers, I have a Lakers move on my list, which I'll get to in a second. But you're right. The NBA is better when the Lakers are championship contenders. Totally agree. LeBron to the Cavs, I don't have a problem with that. I do think, does that necessarily help the Cavs get over the hump? Probably not. But if you're just looking for pure LeBron retirement tour vibes, it's probably better in a Cavs jersey than any other one. And I agree. Anthony Edwards, getting him some help offensively would be great. The T-Wolves are going to play defense. Can they just get someone else there to help Anthony Edwards in crunch time? I think Kenny threw out John Morant in the chat. Okay, it's not totally crazy.
Yeah.
If John Morant's not the guy that has to carry the team, if he's not the face of the franchise, if he's a true number 2 to Anthony Edwards, that would be really interesting to see, not just the vibe between those two, but maybe the way they drive each other to be better in instances. Yeah. John Morant finally gets focused. Like, that's not a terrible idea. I don't hate it, but I like that as a number 1, getting Anthony Edwards some help in Minnesota. So that's a strong list. I like it.
I would be okay with John Morant going to Minnesota as long as he cleans up all the off-court issues and isn't the kind of diva that he was last year in Memphis. Like, if all of that is out the window, talent-wise, he could be a great number 2 next to Anthony Edwards. So I pause on that move, which is why I just said get Ant help, because I'm trying to figure out who the right person is. Sure, could Giannis help Ant? Yeah, but you have to give up basically everything to get him. So I don't love that. So we're going to continue brainstorming that. John Morant's a good name to throw out there, but getting Ant help, my number 1. Chris, what do you got on your list?
We're workshopping here. We're coming up with ideas, which is why I like power rankings, especially ones like this where we can go in any conceivable direction or inconceivable direction. I will start at number 5. I mentioned I had a Lakers move on my list. I know he's a restricted free agent, but maybe it's a sign and trade. Maybe it's an offer sheet. I don't know how it works, but Jalen Duren to the Lakers. I think you talk about adding someone inside, a legit lob threat for Luka, getting Luka the help he needs. And I think it adds up for both sides. Jalen Duren was a miserable failure in the playoffs, yes, but I think that would be a nice addition. You get Duren in a spot where he doesn't have to be one, certainly. He doesn't even have to be two, right? He just needs to be that force inside that maybe the Lakers haven't had in a long time and have been in search for what feels like forever. So let's go Jalen Duren to the Lakers. Number 4, I love Darius Acuff Jr., and I want to see him on a team that can compete right away. I think Atlanta would be a great spot for him. You plug Acuff in with the rest of that roster, and I think Atlanta goes from the team that's annually in the play-in conversation, or the team that this year was at one point, I think, in the mix for the 5 seed, the 4 seed in the Eastern Conference, and is legitimately right there in the conversation in the Eastern Conference. Everything he does with the ball in his hands, driving to the hoop, creative on offense. I love Darius Acuff Jr. I think Atlanta would be a great landing spot for him and would be a huge help to them. They would just, offensively, I would love what they're able to do with Acuff in the mix. So I'm going to go Acuff to the Hawks at number 4. Number 3, there's a lot of reasons I like this, but basically it's chaos theory. We've been talking about the Celtics and all the possible Giannis Antetokounmpo trade permutations, and do you have to give up Jaylen Brown, and you obviously need help inside. I would love nothing more than for the Celtics to get a big man inside, but not necessarily like the high-level elite one that they need. Just a guy who can play defense and occasionally on a random January or February Tuesday night, clank a couple of free throws off the rim to drive Mock from Southie nuts. Why can't he make free throws? Mitchell Robinson to Boston. Let's do it. Let's manifest it. Let's make it happen. And you get the added mix of the whole New York-Boston thing, too. Knicks fans would be like, yeah, Mitchell Robinson, great guy, but there's no way he's making free throws in the playoffs. Celtics fans drive themselves nuts because, yes, he's able to play defense, but like I said, misses 3 out of every 4 shots. I'm here for it. Mitchell Robinson as a free agent to the Celtics. That's my number 3 one in our power rankings of the moves we'd most like to see this NBA offseason. Number 2, this is a little kooky, but let me explain it. Bear with me for just a second, okay? Were we necessarily satisfied with the way Evan Mobley played in the playoffs for the Cavs this year? I don't think so. Evan Mobley to Oklahoma City for Isaiah Hartenstein. And just a straight up player for player trade. Cleveland can then at that point decide what they want to do with Hartenstein. They could pick up the option. They could let it go and try to rework a deal for an extension. They could, like I said, let him go and use the cap space somewhere else and maybe not waste it on James Harden. Maybe it leads to LeBron going back to Cleveland because they've got some extra cap space. I think that would be, plus you get Chet a little help down low in Oklahoma City as well. If they're not going to keep Hartenstein around, Evan Mobley and Chet Holmgren down low for OKC, that's an improvement in the front court for them, I think. So Evan Mobley for Isaiah Hartenstein, straight up. If we're going to cook up moves, let's cook up some moves. That's my number 2. But my number 1, just because I want to see the Warriors take one more ill-advised run at a title. And I love Steph Curry, and Draymond Green can be entertaining at times as long as he's not interrupting Kenny and Shaq and Chuck. LeBron to Golden State. Let's make it happen. Come on. If we're going to go out, let's go out with a bang, baby. Come on. LeBron to Golden State. They wouldn't win a title. Everybody would end up wildly disappointed in the end. But LeBron thinks he can be the key to unlocking one more run for Golden State. And he's somewhat tempted to entertain the idea. LeBron to Golden State would be my number 1 of power rankings I would most like to see, the NBA moves I would most like to see this offseason.
I mean, that's funny that you say that, and the phrase that you said is they wouldn't win a title. Like, yes, everyone would be, they would think they were going to, they would be the favorites. The sports books would put them high up on the odds to win the West, and it would come crashing down. LeBron would get hurt, or Steph would get hurt. They'd be back in the play-in, and they'd be fighting for their playoff lives, like the Warriors have done. Like, that's what I could see even with LeBron there. So I like that one, Chris. Your Jalen Duren one to the Lakers, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed for mine. I said we needed some depth, or we just need some solid role players. Like, Jalen Duren's a really good player. I don't think he's like a, role player, but the Lakers have struggled in the front court for a long time, and DeAndre Ayton was not the answer this last season. So if they can finally get a big man, like, that could actually be a legit team.
Yeah, like that's some of these are just for vibes and laughs, like Mitchell Robinson to the Celtics or LeBron to the Warriors. But some of these, like, I actually like Acuff somehow sliding to Atlanta. I'd love to see him in that backcourt. Duren to the Lakers is the one on this list that I probably most like for actual functionality and like to be a real life thing that could happen, because like you said, the issues the Lakers have had in the front court for years now. And look, we saw Duren step up when Detroit had to deal down the stretch with the absence of Cade Cunningham. And he's capable, I think, in spots, in windows, in glimpses of being that guy. So maybe you've got to go a week without Luka and without Austin Reeves, and you need somebody to funnel the offense through, and you do it through Duren in the front court. I could see that working. And then when you get to the playoffs, he's not a role player, but he's a solid complementary piece to Luka, and doesn't just take the pressure off in the way that Reeves does occasionally in the backcourt, but really requires a defense to spread out and defend the entire floor in the postseason. I'd love to see that. Again, I don't know if it's an offer sheet, if it's a sign and trade, however it would have to work, but I'd love to see that move. I should have put that number one for things that I'd actually like to see happen in real life, but the temptation to see LeBron James and all the unks in Golden State together, the Golden State unks, was too much. I had to put that number one.
I forgot that, because he was hurt for most of last season, but Jimmy Butler's still in Golden State too. So Jimmy, LeBron, Steph, that would be pretty fun. Your Evan Mobley to OKC. What if you did Evan Mobley for Chet? Because clearly Chet can't defend Wemby, and the Thunder are going to have to see the Spurs every year in the playoffs. Right. And if that's the case, the Spurs are going to get the best of them every year. I think OKC needs to get Chet out of there.
So that was my original idea. Full disclosure, that was my original idea. And then I ran the old trade simulator online, and it basically laughed at me because of the cap hits involved. And so, OKC would probably have to move something more than just Chet out, because he's still I don't know. Maybe it does work. Maybe the trade simulator is lying to me. But if you could make that work, that would actually be the perfect deal, in my opinion. It's a great call.
Yeah, we got to have a chat with that trade simulator.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate. I'm going to run upstairs during a break and try it on my kid's PlayStation on NBA 2K and see if it works there. If it works there, we'll go with it. Coming up in just a little bit, about an hour from now, Sam Amico, senior writer for HoopsWire, will talk to us about what to actually expect during this NBA offseason, including the draft. First round is Tuesday night. Who is this NBA draft most important for? We'll throw out some people, execs, players, teams, coming up at the top of the hour. But next, quarterback battles around the NFL when training camps open up in just a little more than a month. We have a couple that are legit quarterback battles that are worth talking about. We have a couple that they say are real competitions, but might not be. And then just a couple of situations that we throw our hands up and wonder, what the hell are they going to do there? All of them to be discussed next here on Westwood One Sports.
do you hope to show your teammates, yourself, and these Browns fans with your play today?
I'm who they've been looking for.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, Shador, that's so cute.
That's cute.
Bless your heart, as they say in the South. To our friends in the South listening on Westwood One Sports, bless his heart. And that is one place where they say there's a quarterback competition, but is there really? We'll dive into a couple of those spots. Training camps open up in just a little more than a month around the NFL. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. An hour from now, we'll get back into the NBA offseason. And coming up in about 20 minutes, a little bit of a shocking result in Game 1 of the College World Series, plus a story you have to hear from a SportsCenter legend about the tagline that failed and got them called into the principal's office, because I think it's hilarious. And it could have worked, and they didn't let it work. But there are a couple spots, Kate, where they say there are quarterback competitions coming up in training camp and the preseason. I don't know so much. The one spot where I can guarantee there is a quarterback competition, at least I'm pretty sure there's a quarterback competition, is the battle between Michael Penix Jr. and Tua Tagovailoa in Atlanta. Now, the one caveat to that is I don't think, regardless of who comes out as the starter week 1, I don't think there's any long-term solution being found in Atlanta between Penix and Tua this year. It's just about, okay, who's going to drag us through this season kicking and screaming, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it? Because let's say Tua wins the job, for example. Do we really think Tua is going to play a whole season and be healthy and, up to the standard of what is necessary? Probably not. Same would go for Penix. Both of these guys have injury issues. They have performance issues. And so this is the one that I think could be the muddiest and the messiest, but also is the closest to an actual competition.
Yeah, hands down, Chris. And I think part of this as well is that, what the Falcons did to get Michael Penix Jr. That was, so many people saw that as a reach to draft him, 8th overall, right after you had paid Kirk Cousins. So, you essentially went kind of all in on your backup quarterback or your quarterback of the future, thinking he was going to be the guy. You don't take a quarterback 8th overall if you think he's going to be someone who's deep in the depth chart. So they saw him as the future of their franchise. And now you have him in a quarterback competition. He should be the clear-cut starter if everything panned out the way that the Falcons thought it would. So I think that this is the biggest competition or the biggest impact, just because you draft him 8 overall and all of a sudden he's in a competition with Tua, who is a great quarterback. But like you said, is Tua going to make it through the entire season? I don't think so at all. You could also look at the JJ McCarthy and the Vikings drafting him high in the first round, and what that's become. That's a similar situation to Penix. I almost think the Penix, he's more of an option for the Falcons than McCarthy is for the Vikings. So the McCarthy-Murray competition, the Vikings are still going to say that it's a competition, but is it really? I mean, we all know Kyler Murray is starting week 1 for Minnesota.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I look at and go, come on, guys, really? Who are you trying to fool here? There's no way. And I know they're not spending a ton of their own money, hardly any, as far as quarterback salaries go on Kyler Murray. Most of that, is cash that he got from Arizona. But it's still, you didn't go out and get Kyler Murray so you could sit him on the bench and have JJ McCarthy throw dying quails 40 yards downfield. That's not why the Vikings did this. So that I definitely count amongst the ones that I don't think are real competitions. Also, I would include Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders in Cleveland. Deshaun Watson is making entirely too much money for the Browns to detach themselves from him. I think the dead money cap hit, if they were to release him right now, is something ridiculous, $125 million. And it only goes down into the 80s, I think, maybe a year from now. So they are tied to Deshaun Watson if they don't want to crush their cap for the next 2 years at least. And it makes the construction of their quarterback room that much more confounding in Cleveland. But you can't tell me for a second that short of Deshaun Watson getting hurt, that they're going to be starting Shedeur Sanders at all this year.
I don't think so. I mean, Shedeur, okay in the games he played in last year, but nothing great. And so when you have the type of investment you have in a quarterback, and granted, Deshaun Watson, like when his time with the Browns has not been all that great either, but a couple years off, and maybe he comes back and is a little bit more like the Deshaun Watson that we saw in Houston. I mean, even if he was like a flash of that, it would be better than I think what Shedeur Sanders is or can be. And I mean, it sucks for Shedeur, but like he's kind of done a little bit of it to himself, but like he's also just a distraction. Like whenever he's on his press conferences, you would think just consistency week to week to have, although now that I say that, I mean, Deshaun Watson might have been the biggest distraction in the league for a very long time. So that kind of cancels each other out. But I think in terms of what you've invested into Deshaun Watson, and when the gap between the two quarterbacks isn't all that great, Deshaun Watson being above Shedeur Sanders already, you'd have to start him. So I'm not sure that one is a competition either. I don't honestly, Chris, I don't really think any of these are, and I'll let you kind of introduce the other couple on this list, but like, I'm not sure we really have quarterback competitions this year outside of Atlanta.
Yeah. So the one that I think it's not a competition necessarily. It's just a situation and more about how they decide to transition. And that's in Vegas. Like, I have no problem with the idea. I've been very clear. I have no problem with the idea of starting the year with Kirk Cousins as QB1 and letting Mendoza stand there with a clipboard and a headset and watch the mistakes that Kirk Cousins makes, or, try to make the throws that he can't physically make anymore. And you get to a point somewhere in midseason where you go, oh, okay, now it's time for Fernando to take over. Like that one, not a competition, not a battle at all. It's just about how long the Raiders want to, or how fast maybe Mendoza picks things up and shows that he is ready to step in. Because if you're the Raiders, I don't think you have any aspirations about winning 8-9 games this year and being involved in the wild card conversation late in the year. Like, your goal is to just have Mendoza develop and do so in a way that's best for future seasons. And to me, that's let Mendoza sit and watch Cousins make the mistakes so that Fernando doesn't get the crap beat out of him early in his career. That's been my belief for short of guys that are absolutely elite coming out of college. And Mendoza's very good, but he's the best of a weak class. And so that's why he's the number 1 overall pick. I don't think he's necessarily a guy that I would be pounding my fist on the desk saying, yes, he has to start week 1. I would let Cousins start the season as the QB1. And like I said, maybe halfway through the season, you finally pivot to Mendoza.
A successful season for the Raiders is not valued by wins and losses this year. It's how much Fernando Mendoza develops and what type of quarterback he can become over the next several months. And I think in order to do that, there is you kind of want to throw him into the fire and have him fail a little so he learns and get his feet wet and get the experience. But also, I think sitting behind someone, we've seen a lot of really good quarterbacks. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, he sat for 3 years. Jordan Love sat for a long time. It's very rare that you get a Drake May type of quarterback that comes out and has the success as his rookie season, or a Jaden Daniels type of deal. I mean, Caleb Williams, he wasn't great his first year. He would have been better. I mean, maybe sitting and learning a little bit more, having the game slow down for him. So I think that's what, if I were playing GM in Vegas, I would start Kirk Cousins and I would sit Mendoza. And I like your play of bring him in halfway through the season, bring him in for the last, 5-6 games of the year, something like that. So he has that real game experience. But I think he could learn a lot from Kirk Cousins, and I think Cousins will be a good teacher for him. I think Cousins understands kind of what his role in Vegas is, and it's not to bring the Raiders a Super Bowl. Like, of course, he wants to do that. That's every player's desire. But if we're being real, Cousins is not taking him to the promised land. So developing the next generation of, the next quarterback, I think is something that a player like Kirk Cousins would be able to buy into.
Absolutely. The last one I wanted to bring up, because I don't think it's a battle per se. It's more just a question of what the hell are they going to do in Arizona? Like, I'm not, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm not going out of my way to give Jacoby Brissett starter money. That's nice. You played fairly well when you took over last year, but I'm not going out of my way to give you money. They've got Gardner Minshew in the mix now. And of course, they drafted Carson Beck. I realize I am one of those people that is higher on Carson Beck than most. But, Kenny and I talked about this earlier in the week, and he's typing it in the chat right now, even as I'm speaking. The skill position players that they have in Arizona are the perfect complement to a quarterback who isn't asked to put the whole game on his shoulders, i.e., Carson Beck. We saw that Beck can be that guy, can be a winning quarterback in the playoffs last year when you simply don't put the whole game on his shoulders. Jeremiah Love, Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, some other compliments like James Conner. You've got the weapons there that if the offense is constructed the right way, you find out what you have in Carson Beck this year. You look at their schedule. Their schedule is an absolute bludgeoning waiting to happen. They're only winning 4 or 5 games this year in Arizona. See if you have anything in Carson Beck. I don't think it should be a battle. I think it should be tell Jacoby Brissett to kick rocks, have Carson Beck in there right from the get-go, see if he can handle it. Maybe you found a gem in the 3rd round, and if not, before you go into next year's draft and maybe an even better quarterback class, and maybe Beck ends up being a wasted pick, but you find out about it now rather than a year down the line. And yeah, maybe Beck ends up being a total disaster and makes a mess of himself, but then you just throw Minshew in there and say, hell, we're only winning 4 or 5 games anyway.
I mean, let's just speed up the process, right? Like, what's the point of wasting time with Jacoby Brissett? You know who he is.
Right.
You know what type of quarterback he is. You know what you're getting. And again, it's not going to be enough to get you to the promised land. Beck might not be either, but at least to your point, like, at least you'll know right away, and you can speed up the rebuild of, going out and trying to find a new quarterback and someone who can actually carry the organization. That's not what you have right now in Jacoby Brissett. So what are we waiting for? You also know that in Gardner Minshew. Like, it's right. You don't have anything in Arizona right now. There's one unknown on the roster because he's a rookie, and that's Carson Beck. I'm not high on Carson Beck like you are, Chris, so I don't think he's the answer there. But you might as well find out. You might as well find out through the first, 5-6 weeks of the season, rather than waiting till the first 5-6 weeks of next season.
Exactly. And Brissett literally did commercials about how he was a backup. Progressive commercials, conveniently enough. This segment also sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com today. You like that? Oh, there's somebody in a suit somewhere that loved the fact that we did that.
That's a professional right there, Chris. That is a veteran radio host right there.
Somebody clip this and send it to Mitch. I want him to hear it, okay? I want important people in tall buildings to hear that we just pulled that off. But seriously, Brissett's not that dude. He's a career backup. So find out what you have in Carson Beck. So those are the few spots where the quarterback position is still somewhat up in the air. There are plenty of spots in 2027 where it's up in the air. One spot where it's not up in the air at all is Cincinnati. But their quarterback had something very interesting to say this week as their minicamp was wrapping up. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. Also, Sam Amico from HoopsWire to talk about the NBA offseason that is just about ready to get kickstarted. But coming up next, a shocking result maybe in Game 1 of the College World Series. Plus, you have to hear the story of a SportsCenter tagline that made it once, just once, and never saw the light of day again. We'll let you hear that story for yourself next here on Westwood One Sports.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're going to want to hear this story of a failed SportsCenter tagline from the person who tried it themselves and how it got them called into the principal's office. That's in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Top of the hour. Who is this NBA draft most important for? I don't care if it's a player, if it's a GM, if it's a team on the whole, whatever. We'll kick around some ideas because the first round of the NBA draft is just a little bit more than 48 hours away. Then at 2:20 Eastern, 11:20 Pacific, we'll talk to Sam Amico, senior writer for HoopsWire. Back into the expectations for the U.S. men's national team a little bit later, about an hour from now as well. And what one former U.S. men's national team great had to say about that team coming up here on Westwood One Sports. College World Series last night, Game 1. Game 2 gets started right around 2:30 Eastern. North Carolina, the favorites in Game 2. We'll let you hear what happened in Game 1 in just a second. But baseball, if that's your speed, middle of summer, still not all in on the footy, still not all in on everything else going on. BetMGM players, you've got an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token waiting for you inside the BetMGM app to use either one. Add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars, all inside your BetMGM app. So Game 1 of the College World Series last night, Kate, Oklahoma wins. North Carolina came into this series as heavy favorites, both in Game 1 and the series as a whole, priced at like minus 175 at BetMGM, minus 180 and a couple other spots I saw. And Oklahoma has now won 9 in a row. A rotation made up of all freshmen at this point. Dayton LaChance, 2 home runs last night. He now has 14 long balls in his last 20 games. North Carolina trying to find their first national title in college baseball, but they've got to win today. Literally, they have to. Must win, or else Oklahoma wins the College World Series for the first time in like 3 decades, I think it is.
I mean, what Oklahoma's done, winning 9 straight, and I think what maybe is even more impressive is the age of that team. Majority of them freshmen, like that or the rotation at least, like that's to have pitchers perform the way they are in this big of a moment, being so young and not having that experience. I think that is huge. I mean, you could kind of say UNC maybe didn't beat themselves, but like a lot of wasted opportunities yesterday for North Carolina in terms of leaving runners on base, 10 runners stranded. Like they had opportunities. They just weren't able to capitalize on them whatsoever. And if you don't do that, whether this is, the college ranks or the majors, like you're not going to win baseball games. So I mean, their backs are, like you said, clearly against the wall today. But they have to get the bats going more so, because Oklahoma is gonna continue to hit for power. They're gonna have a home run. They're gonna have a couple of home runs. Like you kind of have to go into the game expecting that. So yeah, I mean UNC's up against it.
They've been living by the long ball, the Sooners, and it's worked for them. UNC minus 125 favorites on the money line again. That gets started in just a little less than 45 minutes. So Rich Eisen, now that he's kind of fully back in the ESPN fold with the NFL Network, ESPN, I don't want to call it merger, but NFL Network now under the ESPN umbrella, whatever you want to call it. Rich Eisen is doing a podcast series called This Was SportsCenter, where he sits down with different SportsCenter anchors and talks about just some of the great stories. I mean, Dan Patrick, Chris Berman, Keith Olbermann. He's had them all on, and he had Linda Cohn on the most recent episode, and she was talking about early in her SportsCenter career, with as popular as SportsCenter was and some of the fun stuff they were doing, trying to come up with a tagline that, could be identified with her. Listen to how this went.
I said, I have an idea for a catchphrase. When a guy is up at bat and he hits a home run, because you were so great with home run calls. You know, it's a home run. I think I have an idea for a home run call and a catchphrase of our highlight. So, like, whether it's Mark McGwire, Mike Piazza, Barry Bonds, soon as they'd on the highlight hit a ball that obviously was going to be a home run, I would say, Mike Piazza, master batter. Norby Williamson called me in and he goes, what made you think that was a good idea? And I said, oh, okay. I thought it would be kind of funny. Well, don't ever do that again. And that was the end of the conversation.
I love that. That would have caught on in a big way, Kate. Mark McGwire with a drive deep to right. Mark McGwire, master batter.
He asked, what made you think to do that? Because it's hilarious. That's why. Yes. Right? Like, those are the types of things we need more of. That is gold right there. I mean, credit Linda Cohn. Very creative.
Thanks to ESPN and Disney for the audio. I mean, as someone who worked on the periphery of that ESPN machine years ago when I worked for a local ESPN owned and operated station in Pittsburgh, I can tell you, you would get a lot of leeway to try different things, but the second it got noticed by somebody and they didn't like it, you would most certainly get a call to the principal's office. And knowing just a little bit about Norby Williamson, that does not surprise me that he was like, Linda, come on, you're killing me. What are you doing here? It's hilarious. I'm sorry. My 12-year-old mentality absolutely loves imagine that last night. Kyle Schwarber, master batter. Kyle Schwarber, master batter again. Kyle Schwarber, oh, he's got to be chafing. Master batter, 3 shots deep to right.
I mean, one, like, yes, it's objectively funny. 2, I'm shocked that didn't fly back then. Like, nowadays, that would be shut down immediately because we don't like to have any fun these days, right? We can't do anything creative. But, I mean, what was that, 10 years ago? That I feel like that's something that could have, been worked in and flown a little bit more. I wish that was a thing.
What was your favorite SportsCenter tagline or catchphrase, or maybe just your favorite SportsCenter anchor growing up?
I love Linda Cohn. I don't remember a specific tagline from her, but watching her as like a young girl growing up too, you kind of saw the female there, and it failed. I mean, you can't go wrong with this. Cool's the other side of the pillow. That's the staple.
I was going to say
Stuart Scott. Like that has to be everyone's answer, I think. What's yours?
I mean, that is the catchphrase that, I mean, you still say it today. So, I mean, Stuart Scott was just the epitome of taking what Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann started and somehow elevating it even more. But I have to say, as like a kid in high school, middle school and high school, watching Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann just have fun doing highlights was part of the reason I wanted to get into sports broadcasting. I knew from a very young age it was what I wanted to do because of what those guys were doing on SportsCenter, because it showed that you could have fun doing it and you didn't just have to be the stiff starched shirt, stuffed suit. Oh, a drive deep to right. No, en fuego or whatever else they had fun with it. So they were my favorites in the very early days. Coming up next, who are our favorites for making a splash in this year's NBA draft? That's next on Westwood One Sports.
breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
First round of the NBA draft now just a little bit more than 48 hours away. We'll talk to Sam Amico, senior writer for HoopsWire, about what he expects to unfold not just at the draft, but the entire NBA offseason coming up in about 20 minutes. 1 hour from now, very interesting comments from Joe Burrow that I think lead us to a discussion about those teams around the NFL that we expect to return to the playoffs this year. Later in the show, before we wrap up, before 4 p.m. Eastern here on Westwood One Sports, we will have one of our BetMGM Game Day drafts. Best sitcom dads. It's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Our board op, Kenny Henderson, has already admitted he can only think of maybe 2 sitcom dads off the top of his head, famously known or infamously known for paying zero attention to anything on TV that isn't sports. Kenny will make a mockery of his draft, and the rest of us will try to do a little bit better than him. That's on the way. Some breaking news from the NBA before we get into who we think this NBA draft is most important for: execs, teams, players, etc. Shams Charania reporting a little less than an hour ago that CJ McCollum and the Hawks have agreed to a 1-year, $21 million contract extension. So that keeps him from hitting free agency and keeps the veteran guard around in Atlanta for at least 1 more year. Don't know how that affects the rest of the roster composition. I mentioned the Hawks as a team that I like to maybe make some moves this offseason to elevate where they sit in the Eastern Conference going into the 26-27 season, but they'll keep McCollum around for at least 1 more year. Kate, when we look at this draft, and when I say who is this draft most important for, it's not necessarily just the picks that are going to be made, but the moves that are going to be made around the 2 days of the NBA draft. Who do you think it's most important for?
I mean, this is maybe like low-hanging fruit, Chris, but it's most important for the Washington Wizards getting that number 1 pick right. Because how long have they kind of been in purgatory of just not being a serious franchise? And now you have an opportunity that really does not come around all that much. And there's a toss-up. Like, a lot of people think Darren Peterson should go number 1. It's between Peterson and DeBanza, and you get it wrong, and you kind of set your organization back a little bit. And not that the Wizards can really go back that much further, but they have an opportunity to actually be good this year if they re-sign Trae Young. You have Anthony Davis, you get a DeBanza, and all of a sudden you're competing within the East. And if you draft Darren Peterson, does he have the same health or injury concerns that he had in Kansas? Like, I know the Wizards are doing their due diligence in all of this, but like, if Peterson ends up not panning out and DeBanza goes on to be an all-NBA player, that's a big swing and a miss. So I think this is very important for Washington to get it right between, and it does seem like it's just between those 2 players on who's going number 1 and number 2.
I think the biggest worry for Washington is I don't think DeBanza is going to flame out in the NBA. I think he's going to be a very good player. But if you avoid taking Peterson, not necessarily because you don't think he's the most talented guy in the draft, but because you have questions about, like you said, whether it's injury issues or maybe character concerns after all of the way he's approached everything over the last year. And then Peterson ends up being the stud superstar from this draft, and DeBanza just ends up being another guy. Like, those are going to be some difficult questions to answer in a couple of years if you're the Wizards front office, and it may even cost you a job. So yeah, I agree. You know, the Wizards having the first overall pick, you can't screw that up. They're near the top of the list for me as well. I think Milwaukee general manager John Horst is a guy who I look at and say, you've got the ability to detach yourself from all of the Giannis Antetokounmpo questions. That's what the past 8-9 months have all been about. Last year plus, really, in Milwaukee has all been about Giannis and what's going to happen with Giannis, and are you going to move him? Is he okay being moved? What are you going to get for him? Does this accelerate a post-Giannis era for the Bucks? All of it. He's got to execute the next 72 hours like his job depends on it, because it does. If he pulls off a quality deal for Giannis Antetokounmpo, get some decent pieces for now that can still be a part of the Bucks retooling / rebuild over the next 3 or 4 years, and we look up and the Bucks are back in the playoffs actually making some noise 3 years from now, then John Horst goes down as the guy who navigated the great Giannis troubles of 2026 and transitioned the franchise in a positive direction while doing so. If he doesn't make a Giannis deal during this draft and it's still languishing all summer long and they don't have the same leverage and they can't get the same resources or assets back in an Antetokounmpo deal as the season approaches, then I think it ends up going down as a miserable failure, and you're just protracting what is going to end up being a retool / rebuild into the future. And I don't think the Bucks can afford that anymore. You've already buried this past season because you couldn't figure out what to do with Giannis. Get it done now, rip the Band-Aid off. So I think the next 48 to 72 hours set up huge for John Horst, the Bucks GM, and the kind of sort of career-defining moments that he may have over the next 2 or 3 days.
That's a great person, Chris, because he already kind of has one strike, right? Like it failed with Damian Lillard. Like you can't have another failed type of thing with this big of a name, this big of a player. So you're right. His reputation pretty much relies on what he does with this Giannis trade. And if you mess this Giannis trade up and you don't get adequate, picks back or adequate players back, you're out of a job. And do you get another job? Who's going to trust you with their organization to make the right moves if you mess up this Giannis stuff? So this is huge for him in that aspect. I think another GM that not quite as big of implications or stakes, but Mike Dunleavy with the Warriors, of bridging the gap between the Steph Curry years and the future of what's to come with the Warriors, because there isn't a whole lot of time left for Curry. And I think everyone knows that. So how do you kind of try and make that transition while also staying competitive, but thinking towards the future? Is there a player you can take in this year's draft that kind of starts that, the next wave of players coming into Golden State that still complements Curry? Because it's kind of it's a balance thing of like, you still have Curry, you still have one of the best players, and maybe an opportunity to continue to win. But like, that's also kind of going away, and you don't want to be the Wizards for the next 5-6 years and stink and, be trying to get the number one pick. You want to be able to continue on some of that success.
Yeah, it's so hard to navigate. And we see it with teams in all the major professional sports leagues, but navigating that moment where your aging stars are near the end and you want to squeeze every last drop you can out of them and give the fans what they want. And fans, I know this because I'm a sucker for nostalgia. Fans are always going to want to keep the stars around that help them win titles. Like I say this all the time as a Pittsburgh Penguins fan in the NHL. Keep Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin around together as long as possible. Just for the vibes, I'm fine with that. If it means they don't necessarily hasten a rebuild or get back to another Stanley Cup final, oh well, I'm willing to suck it up because I just can't imagine those guys playing in another team's uniform. And I imagine it's got to be really similar for fans out in the Bay Area looking at the Warriors and going, man, I know they're probably not competing for a title again while we're in the Steph Curry, Draymond Green era. I get it, but I just can't imagine not being the Steph Curry Golden State Warriors. Like it's a very fine line for executives, GMs, presidents of basketball operations, whatever their role may be titled, to try and balance now and the future, knowing that you don't want to give up on the superstar who is the face of your franchise, but knowing that eventually it's going to fall off the cliff if it hasn't already.
Well, it's also so strange for like fans and viewers, right? Like imagine watching the Warriors without Curry on the team. Like it was already weird enough when Clay left and not having him on, within that rotation. Like, so yeah, those are very interesting, topics, moves that will be happening.
There's one other guy that I think definitely, and you kind of alluded to this when you were talking about the Wizards having the most pressure on them in this draft. And I just think it's Darren Peterson. And it's not just necessarily over the next 2 or 3 days, but like over the next couple of years. Like Darren Peterson clearly wants to go first overall to Washington. He does, or maybe slide to Chicago at 4. He very obviously does not want to go to Utah or Memphis. And if you're going to be one of those guys that tries to orchestrate your arrival in a certain city, like you need to prove that you're going to be, or try to keep a certain team from drafting you. You need to prove that you're going to be the guy that's good enough to get away with that, right? Like when Kobe Bryant refused to play in Charlotte when the Hornets drafted him. Okay, he ends up being Kobe Bryant. It ends up, we look back on it and say, well, yeah, he's allowed to dictate the terms because he ended up being one of the best players of all time. When you're Danny Ferry, who back in the late 80s refused to play for the Clippers, for example, and I think ended up playing in Europe for a year or two before he ended up forcing a trade to Cleveland. Like, okay, you're Danny Ferry. You didn't end up being the guy that was worth the second overall pick and worth forcing your hand. Darren Peterson's got to end up being a whole lot more Kobe Bryant and a whole lot less Danny Ferry. And if not, we're all going to end up looking back on him saying, yep, we knew it. We knew Darren Peterson wasn't one of those guys. We could see it at Kansas. Even though he clearly has the talent, we'll end up looking back on him, all of us, and saying, I knew it.
Is that already somewhat of the case with Ace Bailey in Utah?
Yeah.
Like he had a decent average 13, almost 14 points a game. Like he was a decent player, but to be that much of a diva prior to getting into the league at all or being drafted, like you're right. You kind of do have to live up to those expectations. And I mean, Ace Bailey, imagine Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson both being on the Utah Jazz, the team that they refused to go interview or work out for, and neither of the two of them pan out.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, one of the other names I had written down was Danny Ainge, because like he has this reputation for being sort of not hard-nosed is the best way to put it. Like that's the way he played the game, and that's also the way he kind of handles his business as an executive. Like, no, he's not going to give any bleeps about what anybody has to say about what he's doing. He's going to do things his way. And he kind of did that last year, right? When they drafted Ace Bailey, he said, well, you don't want to be here? Tough. We're going to draft you. Here's the money. Here's the deal. And eventually it gets done, and Ace Bailey signs in Utah. It's the same thing with Darren Peterson. But if you're Danny Ainge and you do the same thing in back-to-back years and you say, screw it, we took Ace Bailey, and now we're going to take Darren Peterson, like you set yourself up for one of two paths, and I don't know how much middle ground there is here. One path is both of these guys pan out, and they end up becoming a terrific tandem in Utah. You build out the roster. You're back in the playoffs in a couple of years and contending for championships maybe in the not-too-distant future. Or the other path is they both become malcontents because neither one of them wants to be there in Utah while you're still building things out, and neither one of them wanted to be there in the first place. And it ends up becoming toxic, poisoning the entire locker room, and you're left in a couple of years trying to deal both of them out of there, getting pennies on the dollar maybe for these high-end draft picks, and you've gone a few more cycles through the roster building process and gained nothing out of the deal.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario. And you're sitting in the same situation were essentially last year, where you're trying to tank and get better draft picks so you can draft bad players again or players that don't pan out, but you can't even tank because now the rules have changed and there's no tanking. So Utah all of a sudden is in like an even worse situation than they have been over the last couple of years. So I think, Danny Ainge is a great person to have on this list, Chris, because maybe even more so the pressure's on him even more so than Darren Peterson to perform, because he's the one choosing these players. And you can't choose players in back-to-back years with high draft picks that don't end up panning out. And Ainge is, he's proved himself to be a good front office member throughout his tenure in the NBA. I mean, he was with the Celtics and put together great teams there. Like, he knows what he's doing, but a couple misses and all of a sudden things can spiral out of control pretty quick.
There was one other name I was going to throw out just briefly, Zach Kleeman, who's the VP of basketball ops and GM in Memphis. Like, we brought up the idea of Ja Morant. You know, we brought up the Minnesota idea earlier when we were just kicking ideas around. I mean, they have to move on from Ja Morant this offseason. That much is clear. They've also got a top 3 pick. They've also got another pick in the middle of the first round. Like, Memphis has a chance to really remake things quickly on the fly. And if they do it right, okay, you pull it all off successfully. Like I said, very similar to some of these other teams. You look up and 3 years from now, you're not just in the playoffs, maybe you're actually contending again. But there's also the chance that if you completely mess it up, you're out of a job. And this feels like one of those major inflection points for the Grizzlies, in that they can get more things right than wrong and look up and be contending in a couple of years, or at the very least competitive and in the playoffs, or none of it goes right and they just continue to wallow.
Well, especially because, I mean, a couple of years ago, the Grizzlies were very competitive, and they were a team that maybe wasn't good, good enough to win the Western Conference, but certainly win a playoff series or two. And now they're at the bottom. So restarting that. Plus, Memphis isn't a place where, like, you're going to attract too many free agents. I mean, LeBron said it. Memphis stinks, right? The worst place to play. Like, that's one of those smaller market teams that you're not getting those free agent names that want to go there. So drafting is more important for you than it would be for the Lakers or the Celtics or, a big market team, a New York team where people actually want to go in free agency.
Top of the hour, we're going to let you hear something Joe Burrow said this week that I think opened my eyes a little bit to just how high the expectations and the pressure may be in Cincinnati this year as we talk about NFL teams we expect to go back to the playoffs this year. Coming up in about 30 minutes, what one former U.S. men's national team star said about just how deep this World Cup squad can go in the tournament. But next, we continue the NBA offseason conversation. What about LeBron? What about Giannis? What goes down in the next 48 to 72 hours at the draft? We'll talk to Sam Amico, senior writer for HoopsWire, about all of it next, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final round of the U.S. Open at Shinnecock tees off in just a few moments. We'll keep you up to date here on BetMGM Game Day on what's going on. Wyndham Clark enters the day with a 6-shot lead over a handful of opponents, including Scottie Scheffler, who will be playing in the final pairing with him. Coming up top of the hour, something Joe Burrow said that brings us to a conversation about teams we expect to return to the NFL playoffs this year. And before the end of the show, we will draft the best sitcom dads, because it's Father's Day, and we hope you're having a good one wherever you are. Dads, bonus dads, illegitimate dads. I don't care what kind of dad you are. As long as you're showing up, just keep showing up, dads. We appreciate each and every one of you. It is BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Sam Amico from HoopsWire in just a couple of moments. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. I think I have I became self-aware of my own schizophrenia this week, Kate. I am going to 3 concerts this week. You tell me which is the craziest. Tuesday night, I'm going to Godsmack and Stone Temple Pilots. Friday, I'm going to Riley Green, a country artist. And Saturday, I'm going to see famous yacht rock artist Christopher Cross. Gonna ride like the wind. Totally schizophrenic concert week, yes or no?
Insanely schizophrenic concert week. Who's the first concert you're going to? I don't know if I've ever even heard that name.
You've never heard of Godsmack? I'm doing the best I ever did. Now go away. It's very hard, heavy rock.
I cannot say that I am a big Godsmack fan.
You've heard of Stone Temple Pilots, who were opening for them. You've at least heard of Stone Temple Pilots. You've heard their songs on the radio before.
That's the thing is, yes, I probably heard their songs. I could not tell you what they sing. I could not match a song to the artist. Like if you played the matching game of which artist sings which song, not going to happen. But if I heard a song that they sang, I probably would recognize it. What's one of their famous songs?
I mean, there's Interstate Love Song, Vaseline. I could just go. I could go down the whole list. I won't do that, but
okay. I'll look up some of these in our next break, and I'll tell you what I've heard and what I haven't.
You tell me. I need you to think about which concert you'd be most excited to go to of those 3. If you were forced to go to one of those 3, which one?
It would be Riley Green. Partially because I also don't know the last one. Who was the last
Christopher
concert?
Cross? Oh, look up Ride Like the Wind, Kate. Come on. You've got a homework assignment for the next commercial break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All
so Riley Green is my answer because he's the only one I know.
Okay. Then you need to look up Stone Temple Pilots and Christopher Cross during the next break.
Okay,
Between now and then, we are going to talk hoops and the NBA offseason and what we expect to play out over the next few days, weeks, and months with Sam Amico, who's been covering the NBA for a couple of decades now, senior writer for hoopswire.com. He joins us. Thanks for taking the time today, Sam. And just how wild could we see things get with deals being made over the next 48 to 72 hours?
Hey, thanks for having me. I got to tell you, there's a lot of smoke out there, but I think the big domino that everybody's kind of waiting to see what happens with is obviously Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I think that's probably going to be the first order, and then after that, the dominoes will start falling a little bit once teams kind of see what would happen with him. And the Bucks have said they hope to get that situation resolved by the NBA draft, which, of course, we're just now days away from.
So how close do you think that deal is to coming to fruition? And is the Miami Heat, are they right now the front runner with what you're hearing?
Yeah, everybody's saying that the Heat are the leaders in this conversation, but the one thing I would caution is, a few years ago, everybody had Damian Lillard going to the Heat. Even his agent was coming out when he was with the Blazers and saying he's going to the Miami Heat. That's the only team he'll play for. And about 20 hours after his agent said that, he got traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. So I think there's the Heat are very active when it comes to getting the message out to the media that this is where Giannis wants to be. We're getting close to a trade. They're historically known for that, Pat Riley in particular. So it may not be as close as we're being led to believe. There are other teams involved. Milwaukee is still exploring ways to keep Giannis. And does that mean going out and getting Ja Morant, who the Grizzlies are ready to move on from? Does it mean going out and getting pieces we're not even hearing about? I think that's in play. But I don't know that we could really say that anything is truly close. I do think Miami is probably pushing a little bit more to make this happen. And I think Milwaukee, everything we've heard about the Bucks is, yeah, their asking price right now is beyond what anybody wants to pay. So, does that change? Maybe then all of a sudden you're close. But to be honest, guys, I think Giannis hasn't come out and said I'm demanding a trade. And until that happens, I think Milwaukee's gonna, kind of keep it close to their vest.
Follow him on X at Amico Hoops. It's Sam Amico, senior writer for hoopswire.com, with us here on Westwood One Sports. We also keep hearing there's smoke around the idea of Milwaukee sending Giannis to Boston, involving a third team that would send Jaylen Brown from the Celtics to that third team, Sam. The question I posed to Kate earlier today, if it were to go down that way, does giving up Jaylen Brown in a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal necessarily make the Celtics better?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Now, do you feel like, okay, we got our one title with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and in order to get another one, we're going to have to move one of them? I don't know. You certainly listen. Boston's coming off a year, the regular season, which was probably one of the NBA's most pleasant surprises. A lot of people, after they lost Drew Holiday and Tatum went down and Al Horford was out and Kristaps Porzingis was out, everybody kind of expected them to be in a retooling year. But, they had a magnificent regular season, and Jaylen Brown was the reason why. So you're giving up that guy for a guy who's on the other side of 30, who's had a lot of lower leg injuries lately in Giannis. And if that's the case, yeah, are you that much better? Now, Jason Tatum and Giannis are no joke together, but I don't know that is that mish for mash, or does that put you over the top? I don't know. I think you'd have to wait and see it play out. But from Boston's line of thinking, if they were to do something like that, it's clearly because they think we've gone as far as we possibly could with these two guys together.
Sam, with the draft on Tuesday, AJ Debanza right now, the projected number one, but he and Darren Peterson kind of interchangeable depending on who you talk to. Who is if you're the Washington Wizards, who are you taking number one overall between the two of them?
Well, I probably would take Peterson, but I think that pretty strongly they're not gonna. I think they're gonna go with Debanza, and I think that Peterson is really one of those guys who, if you get it right, if he comes in and plays like, when he played at Kansas, which was often questionable as to why he missed time and pulling himself out of a game and all that. But when he played, he was really, really dynamic, can do a lot of things. One of those guys who doesn't need to be ball dominant, is a good passer. And, to me, he has that huge upside. But there's also that risk where he's kind of like an O.J. Mayo. It's like, is he just a great, college and high school player who's a so-so pro? I think that's out there. So I think the Dabanza gives you a little more, less of that type of feeling where it's like, okay, this guy's going to come in. He's an NBA player. He's got potential NBA All-Star written all over him. And there aren't any questions about his season last year at BYU. So from everything I've heard, and that doesn't mean anything because we all know the draft is one big smoke screen. But from everything I've heard, they've already decided on Dabanza, the Wizards. So, what would become of Darren Peterson after that? I think that's a good question. He could go 2, 3, or even fall all the way to 4, depending on how, his interviews and all the pre-draft stuff goes for him.
Sam Amico, senior writer for HoopsWire, with us here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack and Kate Constable with you on BetMGM Game Day. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Let's go down that path, Sam, for just a second, where it's Dabanza to Washington, and then Danny Ainge has a decision to make. For the second year in a row, do I draft a guy who has shown very little desire, if not outright distaste for the idea of playing for my team? And does he back up drafting Ace Bailey a year ago by drafting Darren Peterson this year? Do you think Utah and or Memphis have, knowing how talented Peterson is, as you described, do they have the stomach for approaching what could be a sticky situation this summer with Peterson, just based on the fact that he is maybe the most talented guy in the draft?
Yeah. Listen, as far as Danny Ainge goes, we saw last year that he was willing to go with Bailey, even though we heard all the rumors, and Bailey had a nice year. And there was never really any issue in terms of him saying, I didn't want to be here and all that. So I think that wouldn't set you back. Listen, there's not going to be a whole lot of guys who are dying to go to the Utah Jazz. That's just not, nothing against Salt Lake City. But when you're 19, 20 years old, so if you're given the choice between living in D.C. or living in Salt Lake City or living in Memphis, probably, or Chicago as a number 4 pick, Salt Lake City would be the bottom of that list. Now, when you're at my age, it'd probably be near the top. But when you're a young guy who wants to get out and go out a little bit, I don't know that would be real high on your list. So if you're the Jazz, you can't let that deter you because, you have to believe, and I'm sure the Jazz do believe this with good reason, once you get to our organization – and the actual basketball, you're going to love it here. So that's their selling point. I don't think that they would pass on Peterson simply because of what we're hearing. And again, he's never come out and said any of this.
Sam, who's one player that's projected to go in the top 10 that if they are met with the right situation could be somewhat of a, I don't want to say franchise altering because you're probably not going to do that as a rookie, but someone who's could make a massive impact on a team?
Well, I think, and this isn't a big surprise, but Caleb Love from North Carolina is expected to be top 4, probably 4, as what everybody has him projected as going forth to the Chicago Bulls. I've had one scout say he's very similar to James Worthy going way back with the Lakers, which is a guy who can just fill it up and has great athleticism for a big man. He's not really a power forward. He's not really a small forward. He's kind of that tweener, but he can put the ball in the basket. He's a good defender. He's got great athleticism. There's a chance, I think, just talking to scouts and stuff, that he could be the best guy to come out of this draft in the long term. So, and if you ask Caleb, I said Caleb Love, Caleb Wilson, if you ask him, he will tell you, yeah, I'm going to be the best guy. So I think there's a chance there that if he ends up fourth or even drops to fifth, that he could be the kind of guy who, as you said, Kate, alters the franchise a little bit. He's got that upside.
Before we let you run, Sam, it wouldn't be an NBA offseason segment if we didn't ask the obligatory LeBron James question. So, obligatory LeBron James question. I realize these may be two counterintuitive or contrary answers, but what do you think makes the most sense for him if he's going to play one more year? And where do you think he ends up actually playing one final year if he does?
Well, if he plays one final year, I would think, I'm kind of with the group here from the outside. I've heard Kevin Garnett now say this, Channing Frye, a few others, I think maybe Charles Barkley. It'd be great to see him go back to Cleveland and kind of do that farewell tour from his hometown or near his hometown in Akron. So I think that would probably be the best story. Your gut tells you, yeah, he's going to go back to the Lakers. I don't know if that's true. We're hearing now that, yes, he's been negotiating with the Lakers and they're nowhere close. And I think part of that is because the Lakers only want him back for some basketball reasons, but not a whole lot. They would love to have that cap space and just start building around Luka. When you have a 41, 42-year-old guy, you're not building around anyone, because LeBron dominates the conversation no matter where he goes. So I would say my gut tells me that the Lakers, he'll go back there, but I don't think that is a done deal because I think those negotiations could get, and maybe already starting to get, a little bit rocky. And if that happens, LeBron might just leave out of spite, So I think it's still up in the air with just leaning a hair towards a return to LA.
Sam, great stuff. We appreciate your time so much. Have a great rest of your Father's Day, Sunday, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
All right, guys, thanks for having me. And just so you know, I saw Stone Temple Pilots a couple weeks ago, and Christopher
Yes.
Cross is also coming to town here at my alma mater at Kent State. So I know those. And the only person I didn't know that you talked about was Riley Green. So I wish you well.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. It's going to be a heck of a week. Great stuff. Sam
Thanks,
Amico
Sam.
from hoopswire.com. Follow him on X at Amico Hoops. So Sam was 2 for 3. Obviously not a country fan, Kate.
Yep. And I am, does that, I don't know how old Sam is. But
there's nobody under the age of, certainly nobody under the age of like 30 who has any idea who Christopher Cross is unless their parents listen to Christopher Cross around them.
Okay. Well, I'm going to listen to Christopher Cross in this next break and tell you if I've heard of any of the songs. That's my homework.
We'll do that.
Right.
Plus, you got to hear, as the U.S. team has officially locked in a spot in the knockout round of 32 in the World Cup, you got to hear one former U.S. men's national team member's thoughts on just how far they can go in the World Cup. We'll do that next right here on Westwood One Sports. U.S. men's national team can go
Semifinals.
in this World Cup. Semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's all there, man. I do. You look at some of the other runs that, and history will tell you this. South Korea, for example, when they hosted, and they ended up going to a semifinal that year, and they got some luck. They had some good fortune, and they had some referee calls that went their way. But that's what a World Cup is. You have to be good, right? You have to be talented. You have to get some good fortune. You have to have some little bit of luck, and you got to be there.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Eric Winalda, Thursday morning before the Americans beat Australia on You Better You Bet right here on Westwood One Sports. When I asked him straight up, what are the expectations for this team? How deep can they go in the World Cup? It is just the third time in World Cup history, 2010 and 1930 being the other times that the U.S. men have won their group in the World Cup. They still have one group stage game left to play Thursday against Turkey. And then July 1st will be their first knockout round game against, we don't know yet. There's a handful of different countries they could play. And this would absolutely wildly, I think, affect the way soccer is looked at least international soccer in the United States. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. And don't forget, inside your BetMGM app, you can use a no-sweat goal scorer token on a qualifying anytime goal scorer, first goal scorer, or last goal scorer bet during the World's game and get bonus bets if you don't win. Give sweating your bets the boot with BetMGM. We know that the audience is going to get increasingly large, Kate, round after round after round. I did the work because I had someone tell me the other day that there was a chance that maybe the U.S. and England could meet on the 4th of July. That's not possible. I looked at the bracket and the possible matchups. They could possibly meet on July 6th. So it would be, I guess, technically right around the 4th of July. 4th of July is a Saturday this year. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be a Monday afternoon. Wouldn't quite be the same. But that's where I think, we're talking about getting all the way out to the round of 16, I think, before they face another really strong opponent. It could be Spain, it could be England, it could be a number of different teams. But that feels like the bare minimum at this point with this team. Get to the round of 16, the way they've played through the first two matches and how things will set up going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the way they've played getting out to early leads, too, like they've been attacking teams very early on, which sets them up for, success in the second half in terms of not having to play from behind or kind of just be able to take a breather a little bit. And you're likely going to get Christian Pulisic back for the knockout round. Maybe he comes back for this final group stage game, but it doesn't really matter because the U.S. has already punched their ticket to the knockout round. So, but I think, the higher we get in this tournament, the higher the stakes are, obviously, and the more people are going to be watching. So whether it's a Saturday, honestly, 4th of July, that would be kind of cool to watch Team USA on the 4th of July play. Yeah. All right. I was going to say, people are going to be at barbecues and cookouts and out with their family. No, they're going to be locked in. You'd have like the projectors in the backyard going.
Oh, yeah. That'll be interesting to see is, as this thing progresses, like I mentioned Thursday, they have their final group stage match against Turkey. I imagine Christian Pulisic doesn't play in that. They don't have to win it. They've already won the group. But then their first knockout round match is on July 1st, which I'm going to pull up the calendar here and make sure I have it right. July 1st is a Wednesday. It's an evening game, so it's prime time. You still get a big audience. The one after that would be July 6th, which is, as I mentioned, a Monday. Looks like a Monday night, actually. So another prime time game. They've set it up so that the U.S. has some pretty good TV spots, which makes sense, large viewing audience. If they were to get to, I think it's the quarterfinals, it would be a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Ooh.
Like I said, maybe against England, who knows? But that would be a massive nobody's working that Friday afternoon across America type deal.
Yeah, I mean, they played last Friday. just a couple days ago, and you walk down the streets of Chicago and every bar is absolutely packed. And it's all red, white, and blue. I mean, most bars Friday afternoon in the summer are pretty packed in Chicago with all the happy hours going on, but not on this type of level. So yeah, everyone and their mother is going to be out watching that game. And I would imagine they get some pretty impressive ratings compared to what they've seen in previous World Cups, even when the U.S. has been somewhat successful in those.
So I was out of town last weekend. PJ Glasser filled in for me last weekend, and we were down in Palm Beach County, like Delray Beach area in Florida with some friends, and just walking up and down Atlantic Avenue on Friday night, it was the same vibe. That was during their opening match against Paraguay. Every bar had every TV screen on the U.S. soccer match. It was still no match, though, for the following night when we were out with friends. There was a band on stage and literally a giant projection screen behind the band playing Game 5 of the NBA Finals, and just Knicks jerseys everywhere.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. It will be interesting to see how, as we get deeper into the World Cup, how those numbers rival the Knicks numbers, because it did feel like, well, this was the highest rated NBA Finals ever because New York was in it, and the New York fans came out and they represented. So yeah, I'm interested to see what the U.S. does if we make it to the semifinals.
That would be, it would be their best finish ever to get to that point. Coming up, it is Father's Day, and here on Westwood One Sports, we take that very seriously. So we will have a BetMGM Game Day draft of our favorite sitcom dads. That's coming up in about 25 minutes here on Westwood One Sports. But next, a starting quarterback who knows just how much pressure is on his team to turn it around this year. And I think you can read between the lines on his comments and get a couple of conclusions. We'll let you hear exactly what Joe Burrow said next here on Westwood One Sports.
everybody talking about the Bengals. I want everybody talking about what I'm saying in my press conferences. I mean, you go back and watch what I said before 2019 season at LSU. I feel very similarly about this team.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, then, Joey Burr. Some interesting comments as Bengals minicamp wrapped up this week in Cincinnati. It is Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. You're inside the final hour of BetMGM Game Day. Before we wrap up, our 3 stars of the day. And coming up in about 20 minutes, we draft our favorite sitcom dads. It's Father's Day, so happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Bonus dads, biological dads, stepdads, granddads, all the dads. Enjoy your day today. We will go through some of our favorite dads in about 20 minutes. But you heard what Joe Burrow said there. And I'm going to try real hard not to do that sports talky thing, Kate, where I say, the headline that gets typed up, the clickbait, Joe Burrow says Bengals remind him of 2019 national champions.
He did say that, though.
He did, but I'm going to try real hard not to lean all the way in on that. I do think it's an indication, based on the way Joe Burrow has talked about this team and the moves they made in the offseason, that, at least in my opinion, if you asked me to look at all the teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, and you had to ask me, okay, Chris, pick one that definitely will make the playoffs this season, the Bengals, I think, would be at the top of my list, and that's including the Lions, that's including the Ravens, that's including the Chiefs. I would take the Bengals first because I believe Joe Burrow in some way may look at this as his last chance to really make it happen in Cincinnati before he says, okay, we either blow it all up, fire the coach, start all over, guys, or you got to send me up and pack me somewhere else. Pack me up and send me somewhere else. Sorry. So I think Burrow is putting a lot on his own shoulders, and I think that's probably a positive for a quarterback like Burrow, that he's going to be a man possessed, and as long as he stays healthy, I like the Bengals to not just go back to the playoffs, but maybe go on a bit of a run in these playoffs.
Well, I mean, you just heard him say he wants his team being talked about all year, and he doesn't want his team being talked about for the wrong reasons. Like, that's not why he's saying that. He wants them to be talked about because they're in contention, or they look like a Super Bowl caliber team. And when you have Joe Burrow on your roster, he's a pretty damn good quarterback. He can take you to a Super Bowl. I think it's easy to look at Cincinnati again, and I mean, I just did this and in the break, and the guys were telling me off of, it's easy to look at Cincinnati and be like, well, their defense still sucks, right? But like, they made a lot of offseason moves where their defense is, could you call it significantly better just because of how bad it was the past couple of years? Is that, I mean, if if their defense is even like a semblance better than what it was,
right?
Exactly. So, I mean, your offense has never been the issue. Joe Burrow has never been the issue other than when he's hurt and can't be on the field. But like, as long as the defense takes a small step forward, this is a team that should make the playoffs. So I don't think you're wrong in being very confident that Cincinnati should be a playoff team this season.
What about my reading? I'm reading way between the lines here, probably, on everything Burrow has said over the past year. Do you, like me, look at it and think, man, if they do miss the playoffs again, this might be the perfect opportunity for Joe Burrow to say, hey, guys, you tried, but you haven't been able to put the team around me that I need. Maybe it's time to move on. There's part of me that thinks, okay, he's got a great relationship with Jamar Chase, and he's the face of the franchise. That doesn't feel like a very Joe Burrow thing to do, given all that. But at the same time, I wonder if he looks around and just questions how committed the franchise is to doing everything necessary to win it all if they once again fall short of the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I think he's out. I think he forces his way out. I mean, as good as friends as he is with Jamar Chase and as good of a player as Jamar Chase is, and he loves, having T. Higgins around and all of that, like, you can also go to somewhere else that has decent receivers probably not as good as Jamar Chase, but I mean, strong receivers that you could be throwing the ball to, and the team around you has more of an opportunity to have long-term success, and the organization, the front office, like, are pushing for it, where if it doesn't pan out, if they don't make the playoffs this year, like, it's clear that that's not happening in Cincinnati, and Joe Burrow isn't getting any younger here, where I mean, if I were him, I would say time to, different pastures. Let's try something else out. You can't sit in the same situation year after year after year and expect something to change when it's proven and the front office has proven that they don't really want that.
I want to talk about some of these other teams that we think should be back in the playoffs, or maybe we don't think are going to make their way back to the playoffs. But let me paint a wild scenario just because it just literally popped into my head while you were speaking. A year from now, let's say the Bengals somehow miss the playoffs and Burrow's healthy for the whole thing, but, Chase gets hurt or the defense doesn't bounce back the way we expect it could with some of the additions they made, and Matt Stafford retires in Los Angeles. Rams win a Super Bowl. We know the Rams love to say F them picks. Would they just trade an entire boatload's worth of picks to Cincinnati for Joe Burrow?
I don't know why you wouldn't if you're the Rams, especially because they've had a lot of success with like late round, like they draft great in the late round. So like give up a bunch of your early picks and go after Burrow. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Other than the fact that you just
Hollywood. I mean,
Joe Burrow in Hollywood. Joe Cool would be he'd be out and ready to go. I think you could say goodbye to Ty Simpson pretty quick, or just keep him as your backup.
Plus, it convinces McVay to stay around for another couple of years because he's still got a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. I don't know. It popped into my head. It was just a vision I had. It's probably a whole bunch of nonsense, especially because I believe the Bengals are going to go back to the playoffs this year. But it was just a vision I had that I had to throw out there into the universe so that if it happens someday, I could be that guy that points at himself and says, I called it.
We'll clip this and save it for the next 4 years, Chris, so then you can dig it up.
Tuck it away in the archives. Detroit is another team that I really like to get back to the playoffs. But that division, Kate, you're a Bears fan. That division is so difficult. We talked about it a few weeks ago, I think. Or it may have been before you came back from maternity leave. We talked about how the Packers maybe aren't as good as some people think they are, with Micah Parsons not being ready for the beginning of the season. The whole Josh Jacobs thing swirling around, what that may lead to, maybe a possible suspension. But that division is still really difficult, I think. And the Lions don't have to win the division. They just have to get back to the playoffs. And I think they still have the composition of a team that is a playoff team.
That's the only thing that does concern me with the Lions getting back there is the division. I would expect the Bears to take a step back just in terms of win total. I mean, winning 11 games again, that's going to be tough, especially with the schedule that they have. But Minnesota won 9 games with JJ McCarthy last year. If Kyler Murray's any better than JJ McCarthy, maybe Minnesota wins a few more games. And all of a sudden, there's 3 other teams fighting for the wild card. And so, I mean, of the ones we have listed here, the teams we have listed, and we've only talked about Cincinnati and Detroit, I'd be a little worried about Detroit. I'm not super confident that they make it back to the playoffs this year, despite the talent that they have. They also lost David Montgomery, and I know his, snap count was fairly low towards the end of the season, and it is the Jahmyr Gibbs show, but that changes the dynamic of their offense a little bit. And so I'm not sold on Detroit, Chris. I'll push back on you.
Okay, that's fair. Their schedule is pretty resoundingly
brutally easy.
Yeah, like they could start the year 5-0 and 4-1, and I don't think anybody would blink. New Orleans, Buffalo, Jets, Carolina, Arizona before they get an early bye. So
okay, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, but you're definitely right about the rest of the division and how competitive it is. I know how I feel about the Ravens and the Chiefs. I'm curious what you think about these two teams that are supposed to be perennial contenders, perennial Super Bowl contenders, yet both missed the playoffs last year.
I I would probably take Baltimore to make the playoffs over Kansas City if I had to choose between the two of those. But again, like that division that Baltimore plays in is really tough. And Kansas City, as long as Mahomes is on the field, like they're always going to win games. It's just, is Mahomes going to be back week 1? It sounds like he's on track or he's pushing to be, and it sounds like he's fairly healthy. But if he's not back week 1 and you have Justin Fields in the fold for a couple of weeks, like that could set your team back a couple games, and that's going to be hard to climb back from. So I'll go ahead and say I like the Ravens to make the playoffs, and Kansas City to potentially miss the playoffs again this season.
My concern with the Ravens is they really didn't do much of anything to improve the receiving core. Like, I know they drafted Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt, but I don't know if either of those two guys is necessarily going to make an immediate huge impact. You're still Zay Flowers, I think, in a lot of offenses would be a really strong number 2 wide receiver. I'm still not sold on him as a lock stock wide receiver 1. Bateman can go get a deep ball occasionally, but I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but eventually Derrick Henry as a 30-something-year-old running back in the NFL will fall off the cliff. It will happen.
Yeah.
Might not be this year, but you add all those things up, the fact that I'm not totally impressed with what they did on the defensive side of the ball. Okay, Trey Hendrickson. We'll see if that necessarily makes a massive impact for them or not. And you've got a rookie head coach who is supposed to really amplify this defense and the chaos they're able to create, but it's a lot for a rookie head coach to be asked. Hey, get a handle on everything on the offensive side of the ball. Help figure out whether your quarterback is going to be there long-term or not. And then also fix the defensive side of the ball and also actually be the game day head coach on a weekly basis and in charge of absolutely everything going on in the facility all the time. That's a lot for a rookie head coach. Jesse Minter could be a really good head coach someday and still have some struggles in his rookie year.
Yeah, making the playoffs your rookie season or rookie year as a head coach, that is actually pretty difficult. And now that I think about this, we just said Cincinnati's going to make the playoffs. So Cincinnati wins that division. Baltimore's fighting for a wild card spot. Maybe I add Baltimore to the list of teams that just aren't making the playoffs, and I go Detroit, Baltimore, KC. They're all out, Chris. Cincinnati is my only team of all of those who are making the playoffs. But I feel like you like Kansas City to bounce back and make the playoffs this year.
I do not.
Oh.
I have serious questions. Like, even if Mahomes is able to come back for week 1, I have serious questions about what he's going to look like. Like, you come off of major catastrophic injuries and you can come back, but you're not quite yourself for a while. And that's going to take a bit for Patrick Mahomes to get all the way back. Like, one of the key aspects of what Patrick Mahomes does is if a pocket breaks down or the initial first read or two aren't available, he creates on the fly. And if he's not able to move at 100% of what he was able to do before these injuries, like Tom Brady was never especially mobile when he was young, but he became really immobile in the second half of his career after the torn ACL in New England. And I think as quarterbacks age, you add in a catastrophic injury, Mahomes isn't going to be nearly as mobile in the second half of his career as he was in the first half. And I think we start to see signs of that this year as he's coming off the injury. Plus, oh, by the way, I know I mentioned Baltimore didn't do much, if anything, at the wide receiver position that's going to have an immediate impact. What does Kansas City have in the wide receiver room? Is Xavier Worthy going to prove to be a number 1 wide receiver? Is Rashee Rice's knee going to be totally healthy after spending a month in jail, unable to rehab it this spring? Travis Kelce is another year older. I like the addition of Kenneth Walker III, but if the offense is more run-based or leans more on the run than they have in the past, like, how does Andy Reid adjust to that? How does Patrick Mahomes adjust to that? I'm not saying they're going to be bad by any means. I don't think they're out for another 6-win season if Mahomes plays the whole year and stays healthy, but would it shock us if in an AFC West with Denver and the Chargers, the Chiefs went like 8-9, 9-8, and didn't make it as a wild card? I wouldn't be shocked at all.
You mean there are not physical therapists and rehab people in prison healthcare?
Yeah, believe it or
in the
not.
slammer?
Yeah.
No?
Maybe that's why Rashee Rice was running away
infirmary.
from those reporters when he was leaving jail. Someone referred to it as the slammer.
Yeah. The infirmary, that's what the prison hospital is called. Rashee Rice isn't going to the infirmary every afternoon for stim, whatever those things are. Yeah, no. I think with Kansas City, the bright spot is Kenneth Walker III. Like, if you can rely on him and lean on him early on in the season when Mahomes is maybe still working his way back to full strength, like that's a positive. But I don't like the receiving core. We ask these questions every year, Chris, is about Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. It's like, which one of those is going to step up? And they're not bad receivers by any means, but they aren't. You talk about the top 10 receivers in the NFL right now, and I don't think they make that list.
No, not at all. Kenny makes a good point in the chat. Like, the beginning of their schedule is soft too. Like, they open up at home against Denver, yes, but then they get Indy, Miami, and Vegas. So should they be any worse than 3-1 at an early bye in week 5? Probably not. And maybe it's built exactly that way so that they can ramp up Mahomes, and the NFL knows where their cash cows are. And right now the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes playing big games late in the season are part of that. But they come out of that bye, and it's not easy. It's Chargers on the road at Seattle and then on the road at Denver. So they could start 3-1 and very easily end up 3-4. So there's a lot going into it with Kansas City. Roster composition, Mahomes injury, schedule, but I wouldn't be shocked to see them go 9-8 and miss it as a 9-8 wild card. Lots of teams this year that should be back in the playoffs, or at least the pressure is on to be back in the playoffs, but we're not necessarily totally sold on them being back in the playoffs. Before we wrap up at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific here on Westwood One Sports, we will give you our 3 stars of the day. We will throw some bets at you that we may have for today's action. And coming up next, a good old-fashioned BetMGM Game Day draft. It's Father's Day, so let's draft our favorite sitcom dads. That's next right here on Westwood One Sports.
for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Our favorite dads. Maybe you're one of them. If you're a former sitcom star who happens to be listening to Westwood One while you're driving around on Father's Day, we will draft our favorite sitcom dads, a BetMGM Game Day draft, in just a moment here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. I promised you we'd keep you up to date on the U.S. Open, and we are. Wyndham Clark, a bogey through his first three. He's down to 6 under par at Shinnecock. Sam Burns has taken off through his first 6 holes today in the final round. Birdies on 1, 3, and 5. So he is 3 under for the day, and now 3 under for the tournament, just 3 strokes off the lead. Scotty Scheffler bogeyed 1 and is now a full 6 strokes back at even par. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right. We have made it clear to Grant in the past, who is off today, that you're free to define your favorite or best whatevers for these drafts, however you want to define them, okay? So define sitcom as loosely as you want to define it, and we'll let it slide. But we're drafting the best sitcom dads. Draft order has been set. Executive producer Zach Kroll is going to get to go first today. Kate will go second. I'll go third. Kenny, our board op, will go fourth, and then it'll snake back around, who'll also get the 5th pick. So very early, he is going to run out of options because he's told us his draft board is very thin because he does not watch TV that is not live sports. We'll see how this goes. So all of that being said, Zach, you get the first pick, first overall in our best sitcom dads draft this Father's Day. Who are you going with?
Chris, I got to tell you, I think of all the drafts we've done, this is actually the first time I've had the number 1 pick, and I'm happy because of all the drafts we've done, this is literally the one where I would want the number 1 pick. And yeah, give me Tony Soprano for obvious reasons. I mean, probably my favorite TV character of all time, not only TV dad. I feel like I don't have to do much explaining here. Give me James Gandolfini, Tony Soprano at number 1.
Yeah, we're immediately stretching the definition of sitcom, but that's okay. That's okay. This might turn into a best TV dads draft instead, but I can't argue with Tony Soprano as a TV dad. I mean, perfect. James Gandolfini in The Sopranos is we'll let you have that as the first overall pick. Kate, you get the second spot.
All right. I am going to go. There's 2 I'm deciding between. They both like number 1s to me. I'm trying to figure out if any of you guys will get the other one. So, but I'm just going to go off the bat. Danny Tanner, Full House. Give him to me.
Damn. Had him very high on my draft board, I'll be honest.
That was one that I wondered if you guys were Full House watchers back in the day, maybe I could get away with going someone else first. But Danny, I mean, Full House, Danny with the girls, like, it doesn't get any better than that.
Bob Saget, an absolute legend, RIP on this Father's Day. So Danny Tanner is a great second overall pick in a best sitcom dads draft, Kate. I have to give that to you.
Thank you.
I had his TV spouse, his counterpart, as one of my picks in the best sitcom moms draft. So I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody to steal him from the board. I am not the Steelers letting the Eagles jump me for Makai Lemon here. I am jumping on this pick now. I am taking Dan Connor from Roseanne. I mean, no more a blue-collar dad in sitcom history. Hilarious. So Dan Connor is my first-round pick in our sitcom dads draft, and I feel good about this right out of the gate. Kenny, take it away. You get 2 picks here.
I'm so interested to see what Kenny comes up with.
I've got back-to-back picks here, and I'm going to go with a dynamic duo of Peter Griffin and Homer Simpson here. I know they're animated, and
okay,
they're considered sitcoms, and I think probably two of the most iconic dads as far as cartoons go out there. So I think that's a pretty good duo to add to my team.
I will say, Kenny, that is a hell of a back-to-back move at the snake spot in the draft with the 4th and 5th overall picks. And if we're going to allow Zach to have Tony Soprano as a sitcom dad, we have to allow you to have a pair of animated dads as well. So We've cast a wide net here, and we're letting you have both of those. That is a hell of a back-to-back option there. We'll see if you have any gas left in the tank when we come back around to your third and fourth picks. That brings it back around to me for my second round pick. And again, I'm going to go with someone, the counterpart, the spouse, the TV spouse to someone I took in the best sitcom moms draft. She wasn't a great mom, but a hilarious character. I took Peg Bundy. How am I not going to draft Al Bundy from Married with Children? I mean, the man toiled away in that shoe store for years. He had to deal with Christina Applegate as his daughter. And who can ever forget Bud Bundy, one of the biggest dorks in sitcom history. So Al Bundy as a sitcom dad is my second pick, Kate.
That's a strong duo right there, Dan Connor and Al Bundy. Chris,
you can tell the kind of home that I grew up in by the sitcom parents that I've drafted.
Yeah. Those are pretty good. I'm shocked this one's still on the board, people. Like, I mean, granted, you guys have picked some good ones, but how has Red Foreman not been taken yet?
Yeah.
The crabbiest dad out there, but an essential character in that 70s show, Red Foreman.
Yeah, I mean, so many. I mean, just the most crotchety, angry dad in the history of dads. I'll be honest, not a big That 70s Show fan. I never got into it, but that character alone is a great call. So good work by you, Kate. Backing up the nice, sweet, wholesome sitcom dad in Danny Tanner with Mr. Anger in Red Foreman they complement each other well. It's like Tatum and Brown.
Opposite ends of the that's perfect. Yes, opposite ends of the spectrum for Danny Tanner and Red Foreman, for sure.
All right, Zach, you stretch the boundaries of what's considered a sitcom by taking Tony Soprano with the first overall pick. Where are you going now with two picks back to back?
All right, I'm going to continue to stretch the boundaries a bit. Instead of taking one sitcom dad, I'm just going to take an actor who played two sitcom dads, but both of them are so good that I don't know how I could pass it up. Give me Jerry Stiller, who played, of course, Frank Costanza in Seinfeld, and also Arthur in King of Queens. I mean, I don't even know who to pick, so just give me Jerry.
Yeah, you can't screw that up. I mean, there is not a character that man has played that is not hilarious. So both of the Jerry Stiller characters. Are we counting those as two separate picks, Zach, or are we making you do that?
I think that's fair if you want.
Okay, all right. We're gonna do that. I don't remember Arthur's last name. We're just gonna call him Arthur for now. Jerry Stiller, two picks for Zach in the second and third round that are just clutch, very good, and I'm mad you took them off the board from me. So, Kate, I don't know how you round out what is already a very well-rounded staff of dads, but how do you back up Danny Tanner and Red Foreman? Okay.
I'm going Ray Barone. Everyone loves Raymond.
Okay. That's
solid dad.
I was never a big Ray Barone fan. He did a lot of whining, but he was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, apparently I like kind of the crabby whiny dads, but I'm hoping my fourth one. He's another fun dad, so we're kind of just sandwiching
you're balancing it out. Yeah. And Ray Barone, a sports writer, so it fits in that one of us would have taken him at some point. So that adds up. All right. I don't want to go all husbands of the sitcom moms that I drafted, so I'm going to hold off on one pick in particular. I'm going to go with. And this is why I like getting away. This is one advantage to being the oldest person on the show, is I don't think any of you would have thought of this. I even only remember watching it in reruns. I don't remember watching it when it was actually on the air in the 70s because I wasn't alive. But Archie Bunker, All in the Family. I mean, you want to talk crabby dads. He hated everything and everyone, including his son-in-law who lived in the house, Meathead. Stifle it, wouldn't you eat it? Archie Bunker, All in the Family. Bang. The fact that he lasted to the third round is a major coup for me. Kenny?
I'm so glad he fell to me. I've already got LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, so I'll add my Chris Bosh, and that would be George Lopez at the final pick to round out my team and give me the big three.
Who amongst us hasn't woken up at 2:30 in the morning with George Lopez on their TV?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one, Kenny. That's a strong pick. But you have one more. We go 4 deep.
Oh, 4 deep. Oh, wow. I don't know
right?
how much
we
I
going
have
4
on my
deep?
Are
we going
yep.
4?
4.
My bad. Okay,
yep.
sorry. Luckily, I had one more on my draft pick, and since Crowley's bending the rules a little bit, I will too. I'm taking Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I know he wasn't the biological father to Will Smith, but he played a father figure in that, so I think that counts. Yep. Uncle Phil.
Phillip Banks is a major coup in the 4th round, Kenny. That's
a really good
one. He is, well, obviously he's a dad in that show, so he qualifies. I don't think we're really stretching the definition there. And basically Will's dad too. I mean, by virtue of the end of the episode where Will's dad leaves town without him, why don't he want me, man? I felt that. I felt that as a kid who was estranged from his father for a time. So bang, great pick by you, Kenny, taking Phillip Banks, also an upstanding member of the community in Bel Air. So you've got a strong team there. I've got to somehow back up Dan Connor, Al Bundy, and Archie Bunker. And this is the one that I saved. I don't know how many of you have watched Schitt's Creek, but Catherine O'Hara, the dear Catherine O'Hara, who passed away earlier this year. I had Moira Rose as one of my sitcom moms. I've got to go with Johnny Rose, played by the great Eugene Levy, as my 4th and final pick in the sitcom dads draft. And I'm really happy that we got him with a final round pick. So I'm feeling good, Kate.
Yeah, Johnny Rose. That's who I was going with next, Chris.
Yes,
an incredible sitcom dad. Incredible sitcom dad. All right, yeah. Now that Johnny Rose is off my board, this one, I mean, this is a personal favorite. I'm not sure any of you guys have watched this or do watch this or watch it as religiously as I do. But how do you not have Bob Belcher, Bob's Burgers, on there?
Yeah.
The guy's just slanging burgers all day long, dealing with 3 kids and a wife who's just a nutcase. He kind of another whiny, cryy dad, but Bob's pretty strong.
Bob Belcher is a very strong call. And I'll be honest, he's voiced by, I want to remember his name now, H. John Benjamin, who, if you've ever seen the animated series Archer, also does the voice of Sterling Archer, and is just phenomenal show. So I like Bob Belcher just for that case as well. I'm glad we have strong representation from the Fox animated dads in this draft. Zach, you get one final pick. You've literally gone with 2 people, but 3 picks in taking Tony Soprano, Frank Costanza, and Arthur Spooner. Who is the final pick of our sitcom dads draft?
Okay, I'm going to go a little off the board here. This is a guy who's not the main character of his show, but I think he's underrated. I think he's very funny. I'm going to go with Alan Harper from 2.5 Men. Charlie gets all the attention, but anytime you have a problem with your back, you could just go to Alan. Moved into Charlie's house, good company. I'm going to go with Alan.
That's a great call, too. 2.5 Men is a solid show. And like you said, he's the unsung hero of that show, Alan Harper. So great call by you, Zach. I'll be honest. I thought when you went with Jerry Stiller's characters of Frank Costanza and Arthur Spooner, knowing how you like to stretch genre definitions, you were going to go with Hal Wilkerson and Walter White and take both of the Bryan Cranston characters. But going with Jerry Stiller was just as strong anyway. So good moves by you. We did not get to the one that I think was maybe the best sitcom dad ever, if we keep it just to the narrow silo of the definition being the character, but the worst human being off screen, Cliff Huxtable in The Cosby Show. I'm sorry, we have to bring it up. We have to bring it up, Kate.
Yeah. I want. Can you say that's a strong pick? Like Cliff would, if you're drafting just Cliff, that's a strong pick. you can't draft Bill. You're drafting solely Cliff, and then that's a strong one.
It's a tough omission from the draft board, but you know what? The off-field issues,
I was going to say the locker room is not the distractions in the locker room would be heavy with Cliff Huxtable. You can't be doing that.
Some of the other notable names we left off the list: Phil Dunphy from Modern Family.
Yep. Tim Taylor, Home Improvement.
Tim the Toolman Taylor. Jack Arnold from The Wonder Years. Tony Maselli from Who's the Boss. Carl Winslow from Family Matters.
Mike Brady. Brady Bunch.
Mike Brady, classic. I had Alan Matthews from Boy Meets World as a stash in case I had to go to him late. He let Corey get away with murder in that house, always having Topanga over. God knows what was happening there. So we left some notable omissions, Kate, but I think those are strong boards all around.
Yeah. I mean, sitcom dads, they run deep, clearly. With how many we left off the board, too. So this was a good one. Some great dads out there.
Especially when we let Zach include dads that aren't necessarily sitcom dads. I mean, So great job by all. Maybe we could throw that up on social media later and let people tell us who had the best crop of sitcom dads. But coming up next, some bets for the day and our 3 favorite moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day before we wrap up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Not with my last pick too. I was on the fringe of taking Eric Taylor from Friday Night Lights, but again, not a sitcom, so I wasn't gonna stretch it twice.
George Cooper's a good call, Max. My son's obsessed with all the Big Bang Theory shows. Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. What's the other one? There's another spinoff that he watches all the time.
Georgie's First Marriage, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He actually made us buy that for him on Apple the whole first season, so he can just sit in his room and watch it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know why a 13-year-old kid is interested in George and Andy's First Marriage.
You need to turn on Tavon Austin's college mixtape for him.
Why? What is on there?
It's just iconic.
It's the most iconic mixtape ever. Your son likes sports though, right, Chris?
Yeah, he does. But he's also of this generation that doesn't understand what real TV is. Like, he only watches things on his phone or on YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna force my son to watch like every sports documentary and every 30 for 30 of everything in my lifetime. It's gonna be so cool.
You're gonna have your son doing like flashcards of all of your fun facts, Kenny.
Yeah.
At the dinner table.
When was the last time a really good 30 for 30 dropped? Like, I feel like it's been a while.
Do any of you guys watch the Football Life on NFL Network?
Every once in a while, if I catch one.
Those are my favorite. I don't think I've missed one. I think I've seen every one of them.
I remember a few that stand out, like the Sean Taylor one was really good, and LaDainian Thomas. And those were 2 really good ones.
I think Walter Payton's probably my favorite.
Also, you know what's good? SEC Storied. They're like 30 for 30s, but on SEC Network and just about the SEC, they're pretty good too.
Really?
Yeah.
HBO used to make really good sports documentaries. I don't know if they do it. So they made one on the 2001 Yankees. It was like the best one. I think it was called something Ground Zero. It was like the best.
Did you watch? Didn't they drop one on A-Rod recently? I watched that. That was good.
Hey, Zach, can you send over the 3 stars?
I actually send them to Max, and he just plays them, so you're good.
Okay. Okay.
Chris, you know, like, how to describe them, right? I sent Max, so the Margaret was her giving a Pulisic update. Sam talking about him taking, if he was the Wizards, he would take Peterson number 1, and then we're also including Kate wanting Giannis to go to the Spurs.
George and Mandy's first marriage, which is a popular show, at least with my 13-year-old. So there you go. I think we've named every sitcom dad that ever existed now. We'll throw that up later, and you guys can tell us what we got right and what we got wrong. Thanks to everybody who joined the show today. Sam Amico, Margaret Fleming. We power ranked things. We talked a lot about the upcoming NBA draft. You'll hear some of the best moments in our 3 stars in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. And don't forget, you've got a chance inside the BetMGM app right now to play the World's Game, $250,000 free-to-play game. Throughout the World's Game, you can predict what will happen each day for a chance to win bonus bets. Go for a share of $10,000 each day of the World's Game. For each day of the tournament, you predict what happens. If your total is the highest, you'll win a share of bonus bets. Real easy. Enter the World's Game Pick'em free-to-play game inside your BetMGM app. Answer questions each day of the tournament to make predictions on what will happen. If you get the most picks right, you'll win a share of the bonus bets, all inside your BetMGM app right now. Speaking of bets, Kate, do you have anything for today? I'm kind of light. I don't think the Pirates could conceivably be swept by the Rockies, although they're already down 1-0. So Pirates plus 135 on the live money line. I'm going to sprinkle just a little bit on there. And then UNC, I believe, has actually come back to take the lead on Oklahoma in Game 2 of the College World Series. They're up 3-2 in the 3rd inning. So you can get Oklahoma at plus 120 on the live money line. Maybe a little sprinkle there as well. What do you got?
Yeah, I'll take Oklahoma live on the money line there. That's my only one. I like them pregame, but didn't bet them pregame. Now that they are down and you can get a little plus money, might as well grab them.
Absolutely. So jump inside the BetMGM app if you want to tail those plays. Or fade them as well. Don't be afraid to tell us that you think we're wrong and then see how it goes from there. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. As mentioned, we talked about a lot today. all over the place with so many things going on in the world of sports. Time to give you our 3 favorite moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day. Here we go.
3.
This is like entertainment value. I don't see this happening, but hey, this doesn't have to be realistic stuff. We're just throwing things out there. I want to see Giannis go to San Antonio. I would love to see him next to Wemby. I think that would be really, really fun to watch. And that is something that, clearly the Spurs didn't quite have enough this year to win it all. They were a little too young. But Wemby and Giannis next to each other would be so fun to watch.
Insane.
It would be insane. I mean, it would be, how do you compete with that? You've got a 7'6" guy, then you've got Giannis. That would be nuts.
So we got a little crazy with our power rankings today, Kate. A hell of a suggestion, though. A hell of a suggestion. I mean,
it's unrealistic that that's going to happen, but who would argue against it happening if there was a way to do it, especially if you were a Spurs fan? Like Giannis and Wemby teaming up for, a big 2. And then you have Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle. You could have a big 4 right there.
No, if you could somehow pull it off, it's incredible. But
it's unrealistic. But
pushing the bounds of reality, but sometimes that's what we do in this genre. Just like with Zach drafting Tony Soprano as a sitcom dad. I'm not gonna let that go. All right, our number 2 star of the day.
I feel like I've heard all the theories, play him so that he can mentally, keep the momentum going, rest him, because why would you want him to risk injury or anything? He's the type of player that I think he if he sits the next game, he'd be able to come out in the knockout round and be ready to go. But, I guess we'll just see. It's hard to tell, honestly, because the way that Pochettino and that Christian have been talking about this injury is very light, and it seems like he'll be back soon. So if that really is the case, maybe throw him in there for a little while.
Margaret Fleming of Front Office Sports has been covering the World Cup when we asked her about the idea of whether Christian Pulisic sees the pitch at all on Thursday against Turkey. No need to do it, in my opinion, Kate. Let him sit, let him continue to rest, and get him ready for the knockout stages.
Yeah, I'm with you there, and I liked how she said he's the type of player that even if you do rest him and he doesn't play, he's still going to be able to come out and be fresh, locked in mentally. You don't have to worry about that type of stuff with a player like Pulisic.
And finally, our number 1 star of the day.
1.
Well, I probably would take Peterson, but I think that pretty strongly they're not gonna. I think they're gonna go with Dabanza, and I think that Peterson is really one of those guys who, if you get it right, if he comes in and plays like what he played at Kansas, which was often questionable as to why he missed time and pulling himself out of a game and all that. But when he played, he was really, really dynamic, can do a lot of things. One of those guys who doesn't need to be ball dominant, is a good passer. And, to me, he has that huge upside. But there's also that risk where he's kind of like an O.J. Mayo. It's like, is he just a great, college and high school player who's a so-so pro? I think that's out there. So I think Dabanza gives you a little more, less of that type of feeling where it's like, okay, this guy's going to come in. He's an NBA player. He's got potential NBA All-Star written all over him. And there aren't any questions about his season last year at BYU. So
Sam Amico of hoopswire.com earlier talking about he'd take Darren Peterson number 1 overall, Kate, but doesn't think that's the way it's going to go.
Nope. It sounds like from all the reports that Dabanza's going to go number 1. The sports book BetMGM has Dabanza going number 1 overall. So I mean, it wouldn't be totally shocking if Peterson does, but the consensus right now is that Demanza is going to the Washington Wizards.
Be interesting to see how everything goes down between now and Tuesday night. We mentioned it earlier. The Hawks have extended CJ McCollum for another year. So another move that maybe a team is making in preparation for how they expect the draft to go. We certainly expect that there could be, if not exactly will be, no guarantees, a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal by Tuesday night as well. We'll see how it all plays out. Of course, we'll be back next Sunday between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern to break it all down here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Enjoy what is your husband's first Father's Day as a full entire family, Kate. Go press the baby's feet or hands into that little mold and get it done.
Thank you, Chris. We will. And happy Father's Day to you. I know you guys sounds like you had a little celebration this morning, but do we have like a Father's Day dinner going on tonight or anything?
Yeah, we're headed over to my sister-in-law's house. She has everybody over, have something to eat, a couple drinks or two, and just hang out on their back patio and enjoy a beautiful day. And that's what Father's Day is for being a dad and doing nothing.
Yep, being with family, being a dad. Happy Father's Day, Chris. Hope it's a wonderful rest of the evening for you.
It will be. Cannot wait for the rest of this week, everything that's to come. Enjoy your Father's Days, everyone, whether you're enjoying them with dad, granddad, bonus dad, whatever it may be, stepdad. Appreciate them for the rest of the day. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks to Max on the video. Thanks to Kenny on the board. Thanks to Zach for putting it all together and keeping us on the rails. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Josh Graham up next here on Westwood One Sports.
Nice. Yep. So, Kate, I told Chris this, I think, like right before you hopped on, but I'll be out next week. Grant will be